Live now from Fox. You can follow our coverage uninterrupted. Anybody who's curious about what this speech is about, to actually listen to the entirety of the speech and listen to the substance within it to see what the president chooses to focus on tonight. Again, that's going to be starting here in a little bit under 2 hours' time. We'll carry it live as soon as we understand that his remarks are beginning. As I mentioned, it is time to hit our first commercial break of the hour. I'm Austin Westfall. Our coverage returns. All right, I'm going to be checking in with multiple analysts and experts breaking down the latest in the Middle East as we continue to hear of the U.S. and Iran trading fire. The U.S. saying for the 6th consecutive night they are striking targets within Iran. Here's where you can get your question in. We have a QR code set up here. I'm going to be speaking with a couple of experts, and we want to pose your questions to them. We know you have a lot of questions. The QR code on your screen is how you can submit them. You can scan the QR code, or you can simply go to livenowfox.com/connect. It'll take you to a landing page where you're going to want to click on the Ask Now tab. Ask Now is what you're going to want to click on for this. You can submit your question. You very well may see your question posed to one of our experts a little bit later on in the evening. All right. We'll go through those, and we'll show those a little bit later on before Trump's speech tonight. What we're going to do next is head to... Canadian wildfire smoke is moving south into the upper tier of the U.S. It's causing smoky, hazy skies for millions of people. I got to say, this was more of an orange hue yesterday around this time. Now it's more of a darker, a brown hue in the skies over New York tonight. A recent wildfire outbreak across Western Ontario, Canada, as well as parts of Minnesota. They're sending this plume of smoke toward the Great Lakes and the general northeastern portion of the United States. We'll keep eyes on that camera as the night moves forward. The visibility will start to go down even more, of course, as the sun goes down. But still, those images are absolutely wild. And it's not just New York City. There's multiple major cities in the northeastern portion of the U.S. that are impacting, that are feeling the impacts, I should say, from those smoky skies. Okay, let's get back out to Karoline Leavitt. She was answering questions at her first White House press briefing back since she was off on maternity leave. She's answering questions, of course, on all of the big pieces of news that are happening here domestically. She's also talking about the war in the Middle East. And, of course, questions about President Trump's primetime address tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. They were just about to ask her another question. We hit pause on it. Let's keep playing it out.
Karoline, two questions on the Trump account. First, following the birthright citizenship case, is there concern that babies that are born to illegal immigrants here in the United States are not excluded from these accounts? And also, since the $1,000 per child from the Treasury seeds these accounts, can you assuage concerns from those who feel this is wealth redistribution?
I would certainly not describe it as that. As you know, this was an incredible private-public partnership. We had incredibly generous Americans, Michael Dell, and many others who contributed to the fund for the Trump accounts. So that money will then be passed along to America's children, which I think is a great thing that all Americans from all political persuasions can agree upon. With respect to your question on birthright citizenship, I think the president has made his view and the White House has made our view on this case quite clear. We're going to continue to move forward to work with Congress, hopefully in the future, to remedy this problem in our country and to ensure that we cannot have this scam continuing where you have foreigners from all around the world traveling to our country to give birth to babies who are then given the greatest privilege on the face of the planet, American citizenship. That's not how our founding fathers intended this country to work or to operate, and the administration is committed to finding solutions to remedy that.
Do they have access to the Trump accounts, those are children of those illegal aliens?
That's not something I've discussed directly with the president, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that. As you know, Carrie, all American citizen children are able to access the Trump accounts as it stands right now. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mark Stone from Sky News. Can I switch to Iran, please?
Sure.
And specifically, the Manab school attack. 120 children dead, 26 of their teachers. A Sky News investigation released today points to all this being a tragic mistake by America, by the US military. So could you explain, please, why the president is repeatedly saying it wasn't America when he says also that he hasn't even seen the report?
I can't speak to the Sky News investigation respectfully because I have not read it. All I can speak to is what the president has said as I speak on his behalf, and the investigation continues, and we would defer you to the Department of War for further questions on it.
Do you mind following up, if I may?
Sure.
I just want to understand.
My answer's not going to change.
I just want to understand why he consistently says it wasn't us, we didn't do this, when all the evidence and indeed the preliminary report, and we've spoken to a military insider who says this was human error.
Well, that's the president's opinion, and at the very same time, he has said the Department of War is investigating the matter, and we would defer you to them for any questions with respect to the investigation, which obviously has not been released yet. I would defer you to them for further questions on it. But I think the president feels that way because he knows that our military always acts in good faith and absolutely never targets civilians or children, unlike the other side of this conflict, Iran, who is well known for killing women and children and innocent people in their country for a very long time. So you should focus on that in your reporting.
Caroline, welcome back. Another World Cup question, much as it pains me. President Trump had some harsh words for Spain at the NATO summit last week about their spending. Does that mean he's going to be supporting Argentina Sunday?
Danny, it is a really good question, and I'm disappointed in myself for not asking the president before I came out here, knowing you would probably ask. I haven't talked to him about it, but we'll get you an answer on that. You're welcome to ask him yourself at some point before the game. I'm sure you'll see him, and I'm sure he'll have a fun answer for you on it. Sure, in the middle. Go ahead. Sure, Jasmine, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Back on the teleprompter issue, Notice reported earlier this year that Kalshi was inaccessible on the Wi-Fi that journalists here at the White House have access to. Are staffers back in the West Wing and other parts of the EOB, et cetera, do they have access to Kalshi and Polymarket on their Wi-Fi?
On our our work computers?
Yeah.
Honestly, I've never tried, so I don't know. But I'm happy to go try and get you an answer on that.
Another question, Caroline.
In the back,
Another
Reagan.
question, Caroline.
Sure.
I just wonder, are
Jasmine,
there
go
other,
ahead, and then
another
Reagan,
question. Are there any other White House staffers or people within the administration who are suspected of also placing bets on Kalshi or Polymarket or other things with some of this privileged information?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've been made aware of. And as you saw, I think this played out exactly how it should. Kalshi notified the CFTC of suspicious activity. They investigated that, identified the individual, and he will now no longer be working at the White House. So I think that answers all the questions on this matter. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on the Save America Act and
Sure.
Senator Graham, and then a quick question on Iran.
Sure.
Trump said in one of his final conversations with the late Senator Graham that he was talking about the Save America Act and that he felt like they were in a great position with it. Do you anticipate that the Senate is going to be more aggressive to push the Save America Act in light of the fact that it was so important to Senator Graham so close to his death?
Sure. Well, since I haven't had the opportunity, let me just express my sincere condolences to Senator Graham's staff and his family. He was beloved by so many here at the White House, especially the president, and I know that the news of his sudden passing was just tragic to all of us, especially the president, who considered him a dear friend. The Save America Act, as I said, Reagan, is of vital importance to this president, and he wants to see it move forward. I understand that Capitol Hill and Speaker Johnson are moving forward with attaching as many elements of the Save America Act as possible to the Budget Reconciliation 3.0. Here we go. The president is supportive of that process, and he hopes that Republicans will vote for this important piece of legislation. The Budget Reconciliation bill not only will address the Save America Act, but also ensure important aid for our farmers and our war fighters, which the president supports as well. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thank you.
On the Kalshi situation, I have just a few questions on that.
Sure.
This individual has been accused of making trades around the president's speeches for months. I mean, this has been going on since at least earlier this year, maybe even before that. Did the White House counsel have any awareness that this was going on with this individual? And if not,
No.
so if no, then why not? Is there any sort of plan in place to try to figure this out, to see if anyone else is doing this, or to track future people from, see if they're making these types of bets in the White House? Any discussions around that?
Look, there are very strict ethical guidelines here at the White House that explicitly state not to do this, and the White House counsel's office makes that clear to all of us who sign up to work in government on behalf of the president.
So I think there has been a plan in place. This individual unfortunately violated the plan, and therefore he's paying the consequences for it. I don't know why there's further questions on it.
This, but then doesn't that leave open the possibility, even though there are the rules, I'm just noticing there are strict rules on this, but if there are no mechanisms in place, and I'm not saying that there should and should not be, but if there are none in place to try to track this happening inside the White House and inside the executive branch of the government, doesn't that leave open a possibility for this to keep happening or happening again, and these result in people making bets like this inside the administration?
Again, there are very strict ethical requirements required by all staffers and officials here at the White House, and if they are violated, people will pay consequences for that, as you're seeing with this case. Libby. Thank you.
I have a question about Senator McConnell, but first on Iran. President Trump has now greenlit strikes on Iran for nearly every day this week. Does the White House describe negotiations more at a standstill or essentially completely over?
Well, I've spoken with the president about this as recently as an hour ago. Iran very much
Continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of our United States military. The reason, and this is important for the American people to understand, the reason for the recent strikes over the course of the last several days is because Iran violated the Memorandum of Understanding that we struck with them. Specifically, in the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
Talk to him about this within the last hour. I mean, does he essentially seem fed up with these negotiations? And can you explain why the American people should think that a deal with Iran would even be worthwhile at this point, given the fact that they broke it already?
Well, look at how bad they are behaving. It just proves the president's initial point for launching Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. That's why he launched Operation Epic Fury. They have suffered devastating blows to their military and their economy as a result. The president is always open and willing to diplomacy. He is the peace through strength president after all. After Operation Epic Fury, the conclusion of it, we did move forward into a diplomatic phase, if you will, but unfortunately Iran has since violated that. They have expressed they still want to make a deal to the president. We're talking to them, but again, the president is not going to allow them to fire on ships in the Strait without paying a consequence for that. And I think just one more point, I think throughout this entire endeavor, the president has proved not just to Iran, but to the entire world that we can hit Iran anytime, anywhere, any place, and their ability to defend themselves has been essentially wiped out because of this president and Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Sure. Lena, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Two questions for you. If I can read two comments, one made by President Trump and one made by the Vice President on Iran. President Trump recently said, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. There's something wrong with them. They are cuckoo. They are scum, sick people, vicious, violent people. And then Vice President Vance went on Joe Rogan last night and he said, I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who say you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. So your response to these contradictions, because I think you can understand how that's confusing for Americans with this mixed messaging. And then second question for you, at least 6 Americans are still detained in Iran. Will President Trump make this conditional, a point of condition in continuing these conversations with the country as well as political prisoners and also people that are still being executed in Iran to this day?
Sure. To your second question, I'll never create a red line or a condition on behalf of the president without his blessing. I haven't heard him say that, but obviously ensuring the return of Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage all over this world remains a priority for him, and he has done so in a tremendous way over the course of the last year and a half. Americans from all over the world have returned home thanks to this president and the efforts of his national security team. To your first question about the comments between the president and the vice president, respectfully, I do think you're taking comments from different times throughout this conflict and kind of asking me if these are contradictory of each other. I can tell you the president and vice president are on the exact same page about where we are right now in this conflict. And the fact that you do see elements of what's remaining in the Iranian regime that are more willing to make a deal, and then other elements who are not. Are a fragmented system. They are not the once very strong, powerful terrorist state that they were before this operation, which was one of the ultimate goals. So we'll continue to work through the process, and as I said, the president will hold them accountable when they turn their back on the words that they state to the United States, but he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
Caroline Leavitt giving remarks at today's White House press briefing. First time we've seen Caroline in some time. She was on maternity leave for a while, so now we're seeing White House press briefings happening again. A live look at the White House. The president will deliver remarks from the East Room at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. We'll air those remarks live as they happen. It's time for us to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot to discuss, including stories coming from across the globe. That, of course, includes previewing President Trump's remarks tonight. We're also going to be discussing latest developments in the Middle East as U.S. forces did conduct a 6th straight wave of strikes for the 6th consecutive night, further degrading Iranian military capabilities, according to U.S. CENTCOM. And finally, a live look at a smoky New York City, that wildfire smoke making its way down into the Big Apple. Let's head away for that commercial break. Our coverage returning in about 2 minutes. You're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. A live look at the Strait of Hormuz, courtesy of Marine Traffic. The U.S. military saying that they carried out the 6th consecutive night of strikes in Iran. The United States intensifying its strikes against Iran in the past 24 hours, saying that they hit targets farther north and firing into a ship that the U.S. accused of trying to break its naval blockade on Iran. Iran then retaliated by launching missiles and drones at U.S. allies in the region and warned that it may escalate its attacks. Let's check in with Professor Alon Burstein of the Israel-Palestine Report. He's here with me. Alon, always love bringing you on when we hear of strikes happening in parts of the world that I'm not quite familiar with, that many of us are not quite familiar with. It says northern Iran. They struck more north. I'm assuming we don't have too many details about that for now. But in general, what part of the country is that? What might they be firing at?
Thank you for having me, Austin. I'm literally looking down on my phone because there's reports coming in right now about potential attacks, but nothing confirmed at the moment. I will say that according to reports that have come out in Iran, the majority of attacks that have been going on in this 5th or 6th wave, depending on how we count, have still been centered relatively in the southern parts of Iran. What is interesting is that the United States tried over the last 24 hours to escalate its attacks, very, very blatantly sending a message to Iran, blatantly saying this is going to keep on building up. It's a little unclear what the United States is demanding. On the one hand, it's demanded that Iran return to the negotiation table. On the other hand, the Trump administration has said that Iran is begging for a deal. So if they are begging for a deal, are we going to negotiate? How is that happening? But what is clear is the range of attacks that the United States of the Strait of Hormuz for obvious reasons. That's what the United States has been trying to signal, that it is going to enforce its blockade and Iran does not control it. So we've had most attacks in Bandar Abbas and in Qeshm Island and in a bunch of areas, Sirik, around this area. What has happened in the last 24 hours is, first of all, the target packages in these areas have changed. All of a sudden, we have seen attacks in Bandar Abbas that are including bridges, which we know is very important to Trump. He said specifically that attacking these bridges and power plants was going to be the next level. So we had attacks against bridges in Bandar Abbas, some very important bridges connecting to the Shiraz area. Then we had some very, very powerful attacks that happened in Qeshm Island over here, still in the area of the Gulf. But what's important about that is that we attacked an airport. The United States attacked an airport and specifically power plants. There's reports that in Qeshm Island, there is a power outage. And in terms of the attacks that were reported that happened further north, I think the operative word there is further, because I haven't seen any reports, not from the United States, but also not from forces on the ground in Iran, talking about attacks in northern Iran. But what we have seen is attacks further north in this area. And here also, in the area of Ahvaz, over here, we had an attack against a train station, a train compound that the United States has said is not a civilian target. It is used by the IRGC. And we also had attacks that occurred, I'm not actually finding it on the map, I think it's over here, attacks that occurred against the area that is known as Bustan. It is a city that also the United States has attacked a power plant in that region. There were reports that air defense units have been operated in Tehran, the capital, up here. There's been absolutely no reports of anything being bombed and no reports of the United States that it hit anything in Tehran. So I don't know if we actually bombed in Tehran this past 24 hours or not. But when I've seen further north, what I'm seeing is pushing further north into here and attacking different targets around here and Bushehr over here, and mostly seeing the United States sending a message. We're going to start attacking trains, airports, bridges, power plants, and we're moving slowly away from the Gulf, further in, and I think this is all meant as a pressure building mechanism. The United States is still hoping that we'll come to a deal. One last thing I'll say, it's important to remember that before we got to the ceasefire in April, what we were leading up to was Trump's repeated threats the United States was going to wipe out all the power plants and all the bridges. And he declared power plant day and bridge day was going to happen. And all of a sudden, a day before that, we had the ceasefire. I think Trump is probably gambling that similarly, escalating in that direction may bring Iran back to coming to some sort of deal, maybe something more what the administration would like to see.
You know, I think another question people have, the U.S. military says they're continuing to carry out strikes in an effort to, quote, further degrade Iranian military capabilities. They've been saying this night in and night out. What do we know about what is actually left of Iran's military capabilities?
So the message, I would argue, is being made deliberately vague. Because ultimately, if we look, first of all, what the Trump administration cares about when it comes to domestic politics, right? Most people in the United States don't really care if you attack this ship or this city. So at the end of the day, that's a blanket statement. And by the way, the United States is not alone in that. Israel very similarly says it attacks, you and I have said it countless times, terror infrastructure of Hezbollah and Hamas. What is that? It's a way to say we attack military targets and don't ask any more questions. So that's just the first thing that's important to note. The United States has such a big range of military targets that still exist in Iran. If this could be anything from bases, missile launching pads, areas that they use to launch drones in the area of the Straits of Hormuz, ports that are used for the smaller IRGC boats. The main Iranian fleet may have been destroyed, but the IRGC maintains a massive fleet of small boats, and all it takes is two people with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, and they can disable an oil tanker, and again, we're back to the Strait of Hormuz being closed. So there's so many targets that could fall under the category of carrying out strikes to degrade Iran's military capabilities that really it is impossible to know. When they say that, all I take from that is that the United States is carrying out strikes that are aimed to weaken Iran's ability to threaten the Straits. It could be anything from rocket producing sites, drone launching areas, a port, a power plant. Any of these things are part of what Iran uses as an overwhelming chain in order to carry out still military activities in the Strait of Hormuz.
You know, Trump is having a primetime address tonight. He'll be talking at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time.
He also gave a primetime address in April, and that really was focused on the Middle East. Tonight, not expected to be focused on the Middle East. He'll be talking about politics and election systems in the U.S., reportedly. But April was focusing all on the Middle East. Back then, during that primetime address, he said that the U.S. would accomplish its Iran war objectives, quote, very shortly. How do we assess that now alone, that we're in July? They said very shortly back in April. As we look to yet another primetime speech, and again, I'll just underline this one is not going to be focused on the Middle East. What's our assessment of how much progress the U.S. has made since the last White House address?
So it's important to distinguish, I would say, between several things. First of all, achieving goals in war, unless your goal is the complete takeover of another country, then the goals are always measured based on your political position, right? If Russia and Ukraine were to freeze at this moment, Putin could come back and say, I wanted to make sure that we get Crimea and the area of Donbass and eastern Ukraine, and we got it. And it took this long, and we got it. Or it could be described as a complete failure because Putin wanted to oust the leadership of Ukraine, etc. Similarly, when war aims are described in vague terms like neutralizing or obliterating or weakening, it's very difficult to assess levels of success. And especially this goes for in the Middle East, right? When it came to the aims of the war in Iran, the United States said stopping Iran from getting nuclear weapons. That, Trump can say at any point, is achieved because Iran has declared that they do not want nuclear weapons, or we can say that failed because Iran still has the enriched uranium. It's going to depend on political positions, how people analyze that. Similarly, initially, the United States said that it wants to take out Iran's ballistic missile program. Now, Trump has said, well, other countries, he said Saudi Arabia, but very likely meant Israel, when it came to the balance of power in the Middle East, have ballistic missiles. We can't limit Iran from having ballistic missiles. Is that a success? Is that a failure? It's going to end up being a political interpretation of how things are. What is important is two things, I would say. One, when it comes to evaluating the ultimate outcome of the war, it's very difficult to assess
the initial statements. Right? The initial statements, when you fire a first shot in the war, you have no idea where things are going to go. What you have to assess at the end is where do things stand compared to where they started. Whether you said you're going to have total victory or complete destruction of Iran's nuclear facilities or not, where do things stand? Is Iran weaker? Is Iran stronger? Is the Middle East a safer place or not? And that is so in flux at this point. When we had the memorandum of understanding, we could start assessing it. Now that seems to have been thrown out the window. So it's incredibly difficult to assess, is Iran in a weaker position or a stronger position? The second thing that we need to assess is, how do things look moving forward with regards to the balance of threats in the region? And in that also, we've had an interesting development in the last 24 hours with Iran all of a sudden, again, activating the Houthis, the group that controls parts of Yemen, threatening to cut off the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, to cut off another major major waterway in the world if Iran's power plants are attacked. So once again, Trump could come back and say, but they never did that, and therefore we came out on top. Iran can say, we threatened them and then we got to a deal. It's very, very difficult to assess, and it's going to come down, unfortunately, we're in an era where what the actual objective reality of is one side stronger or not going to be what most people assess. Most people are going to assess it based on their political perspectives. Most people who support Trump and the administration are going to say, look, we achieved a lot because Iran's leadership has been assassinated by and large, and it is possibly in a weaker position. The United States has brought them to a deal. Others will point to the initial war objectives, looking at the nuclear material and ballistic missile program and saying, you haven't achieved any of that. So it's really up for grabs at this point.
I want to make sure I get Rosa's question in here, and Rosa is in Pennsylvania. Rosa, we appreciate the detailed question here. This is a big one, Alon, but I think it's worth asking. I think this question is on a lot of people's minds, and it's indicative of pretty much the big picture, I think.
Rosa asks, what is the clearly defined end goal of U.S. military action in Iran? What conditions would end the strikes? And how will the administration prevent this from becoming an open-ended regional war that costs more American lives and raises fuel prices? Or in short, what does victory in Iran actually look like? And Alon, what is America's exit strategy?
Very, very big question, and unfortunately, there is no short answer. Because again, it relates to how far ahead in the future are we looking. If we're looking into the future in terms of, is Iran going to stop chanting death to America, stop supporting proxies that carry out attacks against American and American allied targets, then victory is going to look like if Iran stops doing that, and that is not likely to happen. So if we're measuring victory by that, it will have been a failure so far, and it will only be a success if and when that does happen. In turn, what the United States would probably, and at this point, with this administration, what the United States would probably categorize as a success would be a de-escalation, which we had with the Memorandum of Understanding, a de-escalation and some sort of channel and mechanism for the United States and Iran to be working together in order to resolve what I'll say is regional problems. You know, when the war started in February, we had the IRGC defined as a terror group by the United States, massive airstrikes and assassinations carried out by Israel, attacks carried out by the United States. When we got to ceasefire between April and June, we have the United States and the IRGC sending representatives together to sit down in Qatar to negotiate and talk and figure out how to resolve their differences. We had the United States and Iran coming to some sort of terms about how the Strait of Hormuz is going to be controlled. Iran feels like it came out on top because it is in a much more stronger regional position when it comes to the Gulf countries on the one hand. And then the United States may feel like it showed that if it wants, it can carry out very, very massive strikes and no one can stop it, militarily at least. Iran has managed to cripple the United States maybe economically, but militarily no one can stop it. So it's very difficult to assess. But the last thing that I'll say is with regards to what is the United States' exit strategy, I think it is constantly evolving. I think the initial exit strategy was, Trump had said he thought this war was going to take 3 days. That would have ended March 2nd, March 3rd. I think the initial plan was to have a quick strike and have it be over. Then it was to come to some sort of accommodation. Now we look like we're in somewhat of a war of attrition. The United States would like to see this ending prior to the midterms, obviously.
But at this point, it's about if the United States or Iran are going to agree to the other side's terms and just say, you know what, we've had it, let's call it quits and leave from here. Or if they'll still keep working towards an accommodation where both sides compromise, that will obviously take much longer.
You can keep in touch with Alon over at the Israel-Palestine Report. How can people keep up with your content and your courses?
So like you said, Israel-Palestine Report on YouTube. You can also check out my website, alonburstein.com. There I have lots of information. We have free webinars, free courses, lots of things going on in the Middle East, and we're always happy to share our knowledge as much as possible.
We appreciate you, Alon. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, about 7:45 in the nation's capital, a live look at the White House. President Trump's address to the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. I guess to mark the occasion, we now have two vantage points of the White House. A live look at the North Lawn there. The flag's still at half staff for Lindsey Graham. Let's step away for a quick commercial break just to sort of put a fine point on this. U.S. Central Command, during their most recent update on social media, saying 2 p.m. Eastern Time, forces began conducting a new wave of strikes against Iran. This is the sixth consecutive night they've been targeting those, well, I should say they've been going after Iranian targets. The ultimate goal, they say, is broad, as Alon and I were just talking about, to further degrade Iranian military capabilities. Let's head away for that break. We're back in about 2 minutes. All right, welcome back in Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall, a live look at the White House on this Thursday evening, just past 7:45 in the nation's capital. The president will be making his remarks from the East Room at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. With President Trump set to address the nation tonight, both Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill are sharing their thoughts on potential topics for this evening. It's highly suspected that the president's speech could revisit long-debunked conspiracy theories about his 2020 loss to Democrat Joe Biden. This all comes as Trump escalates his desire for Republicans to pass stricter federal voting rules ahead of November's midterm elections. Here's some remarks from a number of lawmakers on Capitol Hill and beyond earlier today.
I've been warning for months that this president wants to interfere. Say that'll probably be non-facts or making presumptions about what happened in 2020 and what's happened going forward that are not fact-based?
Well, listen, I look forward to hearing from the president, as always. And if he calls for election integrity, I bet. I mean, who knows? But I bet he just might call on the Senate to pass voter ID. And I'm all for that. I mean, we have that in Missouri. It's overwhelmingly popular. We voted on it, the voters ourselves, in a statewide referendum. And I've always said I wish that we would make Missouri's laws national. So.
Is coming up here in the midterms. In the meantime, to continue to do the people's work. And when we're talking about what happened 6 years ago, I don't think we're doing them any favors.
Senator Cornyn, Senator Hawley, and Senator Warner earlier today. Let's take a live look at the White House. As I said, this will not be a speech from the Oval Office. The president will not be at the Resolute desk. As far as we understand, he'll be giving these remarks from the East Room, and some networks like ABC and NBC will not be airing the remarks live on terrestrial television. Caroline Leavitt today encouraged networks to carry it live. She started today's press briefing by saying, quote, President Trump will deliver a major address to the nation on protecting the integrity of our elections, and we encourage every American to tune in. We are just over an hour away from the speech itself. Let's bring in Joe Flint. He is a media and entertainment reporter for the Wall Street Journal based in Los Angeles. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Does the media have an obligation to carry a presidential address live?
Well, typically the media, or specifically the linear broadcast networks, you mentioned NBC and ABC and CBS and Fox, and they use broadcast spectrum. So typically they do carry these addresses, but they have in the past turned down presidents who requested for airtime if there was a determination that the remarks were more of a political nature versus of a national news, global crisis nature. So in this case, NBC and CBS, NBC and ABC have said they'll be monitoring the remarks. They'll cover it in their newscast, but they're not going to carry it live. We're waiting to hear what CBS is going to do, which way they're leaning. Not unprecedented, though. Rare, but not unprecedented.
Yeah, I was reading, we remember in 2022, it was September of 2022, President Joe Biden gave a primetime address. He largely spoke out against the MAGA movement there. Networks at that time decided that the speech was too partisan and that it was too close to the midterm elections. So this isn't the only time in recent memory where networks have had to make a decision like this. What are we hearing from the major networks? Because I said terrestrial television at the top, but it seems like this will be a streaming affair for many networks.
Yes, NBC, CBS, ABC, they'll all be carrying the speech live on their respective streaming digital news platforms, as will CNN. CNN is also not planning to carry the speech live, but they'll be covering it as a news event, and it will be on their streaming platform as well. So there won't be a shortage of places for viewers to find the remarks, especially this day and age. So many people are consuming content online and through other platforms that I don't think, I'd be hard pressed to think there'll be people actually challenged to not be able to find the remarks somewhere in their viewing home.
So then why is this a conversation? Is it just simply because of the tradition of a presidential primetime address being on terrestrial TV?
I think it's a combination of the tradition and also, let's be honest, the relationship between this administration and a lot of the media is often tense. So when the networks decide not to carry a speech from this president, I notice when I look online, everyone seems to develop a short-term memory loss, forgetting that this is not unique to this president. You mentioned the Biden remarks in 2022, but everyone begins to see that decision through a political lens. And I think that would be the case no matter what, but certainly everything gets, the volume gets tuned up a lot more when it is a confrontation between the current administration and the networks of which he is tangled with so many times.
Appreciate the context, Joe. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, let's step away for our final break of the hour. We're back in about 2 minutes. All right, welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We've been tracking these smoky pictures in New York City, and that's not, obviously, that's not smog. That's way too thick to be smog. That is Canadian wildfire smoke coming from some of the major wildfires that have been burning up north, and now some of the stuff lingering down into the northeastern United States, the Great Lakes area, and obviously New York City getting blasted by this smoke. And then last night around this time, we were looking at this exact same picture, and it looked exactly like this, except it had a little more of an orange tint to it yesterday. Authorities do anticipate that
people living in the northeastern part of the country can certainly expect to
see smoky conditions for days longer. Certainly worth checking your local forecast, especially if you're sensitive to air quality. You can just see it's absolutely, the visibility is terrible. And just looking through my periphery here, it does look like that's the only shot of New York City we got in right now. So we'll continue to keep an eye on the Northeast as we continue moving on forward. As I've been mentioning, President Trump's address taking place in a little bit over an hour from now. We'll carry those remarks live as soon as they begin. We'll take them live and uninterrupted. I've been playing out pieces of Karoline Leavitt's White House press briefing earlier today. This is her first time back at the podium since she was on maternity leave. I didn't play the ending portion of it. I haven't gotten to that yet, so let's listen to the last 10 minutes or so of Karoline Leavitt. This is when she's taking questions from reporters in the newsroom. Let's listen to that back and forth, and then on the other side, we'll get to more of the day's topics.
Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says is tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well,
he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin, you know that. Rachel.
By evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Just a point of clarification really quick. On the staffer who is accused of profiting off of the president's speeches, you said he'll no longer be working here. Is he on administrative leave or is he going to be fired after October?
He's on unpaid administrative leave right now.
Okay. And just to follow up on the president's speech tonight, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans over on Capitol Hill. They have said that focusing on the economy is the right way to go ahead of the midterm elections. They believe that's what voters care most about. What does the president say to Republicans who think that focusing on the 2020 election, election integrity, all of these issues right now is not the right approach so close to the election?
Well, again, you guys have not heard the speech yet, so I would digress with the criticism until you actually hear what the president is going to say and what he's going to say when he addresses the American public. I would also add again that the administration and especially this president are able to walk and chew gum at the same time and tackle a number of issues on a number of different subjects every single day. We see that president do that working around the clock on foreign policy, on domestic policy all of the time. You all report on it. You have to keep up with it. So I think you can agree with me on that point. And I would also add the president will continue to be traveling all around the country to talk about the economy. We were just in Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago touring a Mack truck facility, which has been greatly strengthened and enriched because of this president's economic policies over the last year and a half, and he loves doing that, and he will continue to do so. Jennifer, go ahead.
We have seen, with the increased community strikes, a real decrease in traffic through, commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the U.S. doing right now to facilitate flows through the Strait of Hormuz and preemptively address the risk that Houthis will actually choke off the Red Sea oil route and that prices will increase further before November?
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening in the Strait right now. We know that there is a blockade of ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So look, the Strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is approximately $80 a barrel, maybe a little less. Before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price of oil that so many warned about. And that's in large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic production here, but also the administration has taken many swift actions to mitigate these temporary disruptions. As you know, we've released oil through our SPR, the Jones Act waiver, which has been incredibly effective, fuel environmental waivers. We also, the president signed the Defense Production Act to restart California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down, stay stable for the American people and the American consumer until the end of this conflict. And ultimately, I think Americans should keep in mind why we're doing this in the first place, to ensure that Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha, go ahead.
Nice to see you back.
You too.
2 questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of his speech?
speech, does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions.
Caroline,
go ahead.
Caroline, sorry, I just wanted to add the immigration question real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So we expect to fully execute on the promise of body cams to all field offices across the country very soon. Karen.
Caroline, on the parasite outbreak related to produce, can you give an update on the administration's response to this? Are there federal officials on the ground in the hardest hit states right now doing any testing of production facilities or farms to try to figure out where this outbreak has started?
Sure. Well, what I can tell you, having been back at the White House for just a couple of short weeks, I've been in meetings on this very topic, and I can tell you the White House is closely monitoring the situation, has a handle on the situation. We're committed to providing the CDC and the FDA the resources that they need, and we urge all Americans to follow CDC guidance on properly washing and cooking raw ingredients to prevent this foodborne illness. As you know, there has been an unusually high number of cases. There are typically thousands of cases of this outbreak every year, but there has been an unusually higher number, and that's why we're working with the FDA and other partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase detection methods, provide the guidance, and then also, most importantly, trace the outbreak back to its original source, which we are currently in the process of doing.
Permanent leadership at the CDC and FDA and any funding cuts, has that slowed the response to figure out where this outbreak has started?
No, we've talked to the CDC and FDA specifically about that, and not at all. They have the resources they need to make sure that Americans are fully informed and protected from this illness during this time.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older sons with other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement, and when did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest. And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Sorry, just 1 second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes.
Caroline,
go ahead. Carrie, I'll go to you after just...
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Why don't we just...
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kurdi.
Starting in the back.
Very welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday, Iran launched drone attack against U.S. facilities in Erbil, threatening American personnel and the Kurdistan region, one of the American closest partners in the Middle East. What is your message to those responsible? And are you staying with your loyal ally in the Middle East and at least helping them to defend itself?
Who launched the attack? You're saying
Iran,
yes,
Kurdistan
of course.
region.
Well, I think I've addressed that previously in saying that Iran has unfortunately shown to violate the word that they struck with the President of the United States. They're paying consequences for that in the strikes that the President has authorized in the recent days.
Thank you, Caroline. You were with the President in Ankara for the NATO summit, and there Ukraine was one of
I was not, actually.
Oh, you were not? Okay, yeah. But the issue of Ukraine was one of the most important topics there, and the situation is escalating between the two sides in these days, but there are still efforts. Can you give us more information about where we are and how the local power breakers, including Turkey, are involving in order to solve the problem?
Sure. I'll check with the National Security Council and get back to you on that with more specific guidance. What I can tell you is I know the President greatly enjoyed his visit to Turkey, and not just his participation in the NATO summit, where he applauded the United States for getting our NATO allies to step up and pay their fair share for our defense, but also he greatly enjoyed his time with President Erdogan in Turkey and appreciates the bilateral relationship between our two countries. Kara.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Contrary to what the mainstream media is reporting, Americans that I speak to care deeply about election integrity.
This is true.
Why do you think the mainstream media is so fearful of tonight's speech and anything to do with election interference? And why are they attempting to discredit President Trump's speech before they've even heard it? And lastly, what's your message to AOC, who is asking for President Trump, the mainstream media, to actually censor the sitting president's speech tonight?
Yeah, I think that the mainstream media should air the president's speech and allow the American people to draw their own conclusions from it. Again, I think it's important that the American public hears directly from the President of the United States on a topic that, to your point, is very near and dear to the hearts of many Americans across the country, the integrity of our elections. This should be a nonpartisan, non-controversial issue, and I think you'll hear the President talk about that tonight. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
He was telling the President that he wanted
9 p.m. Eastern Time, about 50 minutes away. We're going to air this as soon as President Trump steps up to the East Room and gives this speech. We expect it'll focus on election integrity. We are hearing from Bernie Moreno, and this is how these things work. As we get closer to speech time, we're going to start hearing from multiple sources, in this case, a lawmaker, a senator from Ohio, saying, "I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this evening. I would encourage every American to tune in tonight to the president's speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over," Senator Moreno says. All right, it's time for us to step away for a quick commercial break. One more there from Caitlin Dornbos. This is from the New York Post, saying President Trump is expected to reveal at least 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in U.S. federal elections during his primetime speech tonight on election security. So starting to get some details in from, in one case, a senator from Ohio, from Senator Moreno, and the New York Post also has this piece of information as well. 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in federal elections. These are what we're starting to hear will be parts of the president's primetime address tonight. Let's step away for a moment. Our coverage returning in about 2 minutes. Okay, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's track the latest in the Middle East. We've got national security analyst, retired Marine intelligence officer, and the host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kempfer, here with me. Hal, a lot of developments in the past 24 hours, and we're under an hour away from a big primetime speech from the president. We don't expect him to focus on the Middle East during that speech. Let's talk about some of the headlines that have been coming out today. You and I have been talking offline about all these small islands that are in the Strait of Hormuz, marine traffic. We look at this every time we talk, this map that shows some of the marine traffic and some of the red and green dots that portray where ships are loosely in real time. But what you don't really see in the water there are there's small islands, and it's tough to forget that there's a lot of important little pieces of land there. Lesser Toom, Greater Toom, and Abu Musa. Let's focus on these three pieces of land for now, Hal. You and I were talking about these offline, and you find these three areas to be fairly important as it relates to today's happenings. Why are you focusing on these three islands?
Well, Austin, first off, we're striking them, which is kind of interesting. Now, there are Revolutionary Guard Corps assets that are on the islands. There's a big facility on Abu Musa. And so it's a logical target set. It's islands that they use to help their control of the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, for that matter. And as you can see where they are located, often called the islands that open up the Strait of Hormuz or lead into the Strait of Hormuz. They're right there. They're strategically positioned. So they've always been very, very important. Now, prior to the United Arab Emirates actually being united, when they were just the Emirates, those islands did not belong to Iran. They actually belonged to the Emirates. And in 1971, the Shah of Iran just went in and took them militarily. And the Emirates wasn't in a position to do anything about it. Every once in a while, you'll hear them say something about, these are disputed islands. They've tried to take it up to the International Criminal Court or some other arbitration body like the United Nations. But nothing's ever happened over the years. Now we're striking them, and we're talking, the president is talking about options to militarily control or militarily open up the strait. And those islands keep coming up, not in his words, but in others' words about these are islands that we're looking at. And that's interesting because those particular islands, if the U.S. was to go in and take them militarily, which we do have the capability to do that, then the question is, do we stay on these islands, or would we turn them over to somebody else? There'd be kind of what we call battle handoff to another force, as they are claimed to be territory of the UAE, and the UAE would eventually like to regain control of those territories. It makes for a rather unique situation where we could do a joint operation with the UAE or go in there militarily, take them, and then hand them off to the UAE and effectively put those islands into the control of an allied Arab country. And that would also be the first time that territory of Iran was lost in this war. So I find those to be three islands we should really be paying attention to. Now, the Greater Toom and Lesser Toom Islands they're really rocky, difficult terrain to operate in. Abu Musa, a little bit easier, but a bigger island, so it takes a little bit more resources to take them. But these are three islands we should pay particular close attention to. I'm not sure that is one of the options, one of the courses of action that's before the president, is if we put boots on the ground, that might be where we put those boots.
So the Iranian mainland and you talk about the landscape of those three islands. Everybody has always had the big question of, well, how likely is it that the Americans put boots on the ground in Iran? Every analyst I've talked to has said that it would be a very difficult task to put boots on the ground on mainland Iran. So is that fair to say? It'd be a much easier task to go into either of the two Toom Islands or Abu Musa?
Much easier. Going onto the mainland is a very difficult thing. I won't get into all the reasons why I've had reasons to look there for a very long time. But yeah, it's a very difficult thing anywhere on the mainland, anywhere on the coast. Although you do have a mountain range there, which cuts off those cities along the coast from the, obviously if you have mountains, you have passes and things, places where you could block the main roads going in there. But even so, they have so many forces in there. it would take a very, very large landing force to go in there and create a forced beachhead to actually take areas on the mainland. But these islands are a different situation, and not all islands are the same. For example, if you look towards the top of the strait, you see this long, narrow island called Ketchum Island. It's a big island. That would take a very substantial force. It's very difficult terrain, but it would take a very substantial force to take that island. And it's right off the coast, which means it could be easily ranged by artillery or rockets or anything else the Iranians have. So it'd be a difficult island to hold, but that's another big island that's key to their strategy of controlling the strait. I think that's one that opens up the possibility, and it's been talked about, of doing amphibious raids, some sort of raids on these places, not holding the terrain, but going in, doing a particular mission, like a destruction mission, strike mission, if you will, but not using, but using troops on the ground as opposed to just aircraft, going in there, doing something, accomplishing a mission, then withdrawing the forces, deliberately withdrawing the forces and not holding it. I think places like Ketchum Island and even some places on the mainland are very susceptible or very amenable to those types of attacks. That's boots on the ground, but those boots aren't staying on the ground. Those boots are going to get in there, do the mission, then get out of there.
You know, we've been asking our audience to send questions in for our analysts and experts. Toby sent this in. Toby says, why don't we quit drawing lines in the sand and put an end to the IRGC? Why isn't it that easy, Hal?
Well, it's a very, very big country with over 90 million people. It is just militarily, it would cost an enormous amount of money, enormous amount of resources. We would lose a lot of troops. We don't have a broad-based coalition that would be willing to do that. And in that end, I'm not quite sure what we would accomplish. You know, we could go in there and end up in a real quagmire. Remember, we went into Afghanistan. That did not end well. All right. We went into Vietnam. That did not end well. We went into other places like Somalia. That didn't end well. So we've done this many times where we think, well, we're just frustrated with these guys. Let's go in there and just take them out. The IRGC is you're talking hundreds of thousands of troops, between them and certainly the besieged militia. They're all over the country, very large. And so it'd be very difficult to take them out. And then you have the regular Iranian military too, the Artesh. So it's just not something that could easily be done without a massive force buildup, something on the order of Desert Storm. And even then, it is a far more complex, difficult operation than Desert Storm was.
Final question for you tonight. It's now been about 24 hours since I talked to you, since the Iranians, in Trump's words, had somewhat of a goodwill gesture, an American woman being released from captivity. Have we seen any signs that that's doing any good and that perhaps we could see a return to the negotiating table from the two parties?
I haven't seen really where that's made much difference other than the initial comment by President Trump that's a goodwill gesture. I think it was the Supreme Court of Iran came out today and basically refuted that, saying that she would not be released. And so I don't know right now where she is. I don't know if she's been released or she's still being held in Iran. That to me is, as of right now, and maybe there's news that's come in since, but as of right now, it's just not clear what her exact status is. It sounds to me like politically they want to let her go, but the court then came back because usually if they're holding them, they've already run through some sort of judicial process, even though it's pretty much a perfunctory sort of deal. But the court stepped in, and so I'm just not quite sure if she is released or even can be released, unless she has been released, and I just haven't seen the latest on that.
Yeah, I have not seen any updates either. Hal Kemper with us tonight. Hal is the host of the Strat podcast. You can listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. We'll see you soon.
All right. See you, Austin.
See you. All right. So, in just over a half hour, we will be listening into President Trump's live remarks. The president going to be speaking from the East Room, and we'll air that speech live in its entirety without interruption. The president, as we know, has this primetime address, he addressed the nation just some months ago. He talked to the nation in a primetime address in April. The focus of that speech was on the war in Iran, and this one tonight, we understand, will focus on election integrity, and we're seeing some reporting from, this is from the New York Post. Caitlin is with the New York Post saying, President Trump is expected to reveal at least 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in U.S. federal elections during his primetime speech tonight on election security. We also had a tweet from Bernie Moreno. I'm curious if our producers are going to be able to cue that up for us, because Senator Moreno also said that he was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this evening. He says, I would encourage every American to tune in tonight to the president's speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over. So that just lends credence to some of the reports out there that say that the president will talk about perhaps the 2020 election happenings with China. We'll, of course, wait for further detail from the president tonight. The primetime address just over a half hour away. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Okay, keeping with the Middle East for a moment here. And again, for anybody who's just joining us, the president is going to give his remarks in about a half hour's time. We will carry those remarks live and uninterrupted. While we're talking about the Middle East, though, let's send things out to Fox's chief congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram. He's talking about some of what the Congress, as of late, has been wrestling with, some legislation, especially having to do with funding Israel. This is something that the Democratic Party has been discussing a lot as of late. Here's Chad's reporting.
Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman threatening to desert his party if the party deserts Israel.
That's my red line in the Democratic Party. Look at the people that are winning these primaries right now. They're not just, I'm just pro-Palestinian. I'm deeply anti-Israel.
The amendment is not adopted.
This week's House vote splitting Democrats over Israel exposed deepening internal fissures.
So this is an important moment because nothing will be the same on this issue ever again.
The left says the party simply represents where its voters stand.
You're seeing a shift. The American people are growing weary of this war and what's happening.
Democratic leaders concede the party now views Israel through a different lens.
It's not lost on me that
the actions the Prime Minister has taken has not made it easier for us here to be supporters of a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Even Democrats who favor the aid pin the change on Israel.
I think there are a lot of people concerned about Netanyahu and are concerned about some of the activities over the past couple of years.
Missouri Democrat Wesley Bell opposed cutting off money to Israel. He faces Israel skeptic Cori Bush in next month's primary.
It's important that we do stand with our allies because our sworn enemies are not going away.
Pro-Israel Republicans worry about the Democrats' anti-Israel tie.
I think they've been captured by crazies. I mean, you can see it in their elections by people who hate Jews.
Fetterman says Democrats need him, especially if Democrats flip 4 seats to claim the majority. If Fetterman bolts, he could swing Senate control to the GOP. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Something we'll, of course, track. Live look at the White House. Something else that the White House and the Trump cabinet have been working on as of late. The White House saying ICE traffic stops will continue after deadly shootings. Let's check in with Alexis McAdams. She has the latest.
The fallout from 2 deadly ICE traffic stops continues. In Maine, a Colombian national was killed after DHS says he tried to drive away, calling it a public safety threat. And in Texas, a Mexican national was shot and killed by an agent while driving a van that police say had drugs inside. The shootings prompted a brief nationwide pause in ICE traffic stops, which was quickly reversed by President Trump, who says they're an essential law enforcement tool.
Our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes. But Democrats remain on the attack, demanding independent investigations into both shootings and calling for congressional action to tackle what they say is a pattern of excessive force by federal agents.
Where were Senate Republicans when Trump immediately reinstated the vehicle stops policy that led to these killings? There is blood on the streets, and the blame is on Senate Republicans.
The shootings also prompting protests across the country.
I just am horrified at what is happening in our country right now, and it really needs to change.
As the investigations continue, one former ICE agent says the officers are just trying to do their job.
They're law enforcement officers. They're not political actors. They wake up like our military and law enforcement every day.
DHS tells Fox all ICE field offices will have body cameras within the next 60 days. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
All right, it's time to get one last commercial break in. President Trump's remarks going to be taking place in a little bit under a half hour. We'll take them live and uninterrupted once they begin. Our coverage returning in about 2 minutes. All right, you're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. A live look at the White House where President Trump is preparing to deliver his primetime address to the nation. In about 25 minutes, we expect that the president will take to the microphone. He's not going to be at the Resolute desk, is our understanding. This will not be an Oval Office speech. This will be an East Room speech. He's going to be speaking from the East Room, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. We do know that the remarks will have to do with election integrity in some shape or form. Senator Bernie Moreno sending this out about an hour ago, saying, "I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect. I would encourage every American to tune in to tonight's presidential speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over." The next tweet coming up here from Eric Schmidt. He's also a senator. We know that Eric has worked with the president. He's a Republican from Missouri. Some of the facts that will be revealed in President Trump's speech tonight are truly shocking, he says. If the networks were truly serving the public interest, they would air it, and as a country, we would collectively resolve to take action. It's been noted that some news networks are not going to be airing it on their terrestrial broadcasts. Instead, they'll be airing it on their streaming platforms. We're going to be airing the speech live in full here, uninterrupted. And there is precedent for this. Some of the major networks chose not to air President Biden's 2022 evening address. That was in September of that year, I believe. And the reason many of the networks didn't take that speech was because of its political nature and its proximity to that year's midterms. So we're seeing this as well. The White House live on this Thursday evening. It's approaching 8:45 in the nation's capital. Brendan Carr, the chair of the FCC, says, "News incoming." There's been a lot of discussion about the FCC's role and how it relates to so many of the shows that have been sort of part of the backbone of American society and American broadcasting for so much time. Brendan Carr, not sure what he's alluding to here, but they're
suspicious. I like those straw hats right here during the summertime. They work great. We have the driver complaining of pain, I believe. This straw hat looks like it got run over by a lawnmower. It sure does. He needs time for a new one. Joe, you look like a cowboy. Look like you just stepped off Yellowstone Ranch? No.
Anything further with the RP, Kings County only advised south of Devil's Den off of Highway 33 into Whistleman.
Only Cowboy, welcome. Good to see you as well. We'll catch up with the folks over on Rumble.
Copy.
Or David 1. They're missing Tony. He's 31 years old. 10-4, where did they last see him? What is he wearing?
So the juvenile has been found. Now the only person that's missing at the river is a guy by the name of Tony, who is 31 years old.
Male with dreads. He's wearing gray shorts, no shirt. About 6'4", last seen in Far Park. 10-4.
Tyro, welcome.
41.
Yeah, I seen that, Stacy. They're only gonna air it through their live stream services, like on YouTube, but it's not gonna be aired through national TV.
Robert 7. Show me Tammy 7. I'm in the uplands on the north side of the river.
Or anything for this city tow?
Negative. Seahawk vehicle. Dash 1400. 1023. What were you like?
Top Trail 6 Avenue, traffic. Copy 1, George 1115, Sam Lincoln 4, Frank Union 114034.
One swimmer on a board. We're going to search all the way down to probably Fort Truck 41's area. Copy.
No waffle.
Red, gray shorts, and he's 31 years old. And confirming he's out of the river. Saying that he's the outstanding. These two suspects we have here got out on the north side. The affirmative, I was asking Metro Unit that said there might be a possible audit. Further subject over here on the west end, he's admitting that he doesn't know if Tony did jump in the river or went back to his group. 10-4. Metro 3 with 1.3 boy.
Park Deville on Major 9. Where do you need me?
Thank you, Stacy, for the Oh Uncle Bill match.
Code 42.
That's code 42.
That's right, ambulance 03.
Wait.
Here one.
So they are going to transport one, guys. One's being transported with injuries.
Specific bill, but along the broader idea that Republicans control both houses of Congress. They have these majorities. They want these majorities returned to power in November, but they haven't done very much with them.
You know, I'm curious. Let's look ahead to November for a moment. Does this speech to you signal anything about the November midterms, perhaps? Does it project confidence? Does it project anxiety, the fact that this speech is happening tonight?
Well, there has to be at least a little bit of anxiety. Now, I don't think President Trump is a particularly anxious guy, but, you know, historically speaking, midterm elections don't go very well for the party in power, the party that holds the White House. There have really only been two exceptions since 1938. One was right after 9/11, and the other was during the unpopular Clinton impeachment. So there would be reasons to be nervous in any midterm election. Right now, there are a lot of low poll numbers for the president's handling of the economy, his overall job approval rating. There are some signs that maybe Republican voters are less enthusiastic about voting in the midterm elections.
So they're looking for a 31-year-old male.
Can you repeat who will be assuming Division Bravo? Traffic is extremely scratchy. Fire 24 for Division Bravo. Fire 24 for Division Bravo. And go ahead with the last one. Control 1 Ranger 7, 1097.
CRC, copy traffic. Got a raft. 2 rescues on board. Single swimmer on kickboard in the water. Downstream safety copies, and just for your info, with the helicopter in the air, we pulled the drone back out. Copy that. Park Sam 2, 1087, I'll be out with Ranger 27. Forty, go ahead. Yeah, just advising we're about 2 minutes out. We got assignment for us. Yeah, if you're coming from the west, there's a turnout there. If you guys can stage right there, I'll give you the time when we get here. Copy. I got your 6 temper. 6 to 20, 22.
That's the same call. All the scanner noise we're hearing right now is the call for the missing person in the river.
23 Chester Avenue. Ranger 27, hold your position. We still have an outstanding. Forward Mike 2, can you recontact my RP and have them answer a blocked 1021?
Affirmative, stand by to submit.
Scott, welcome. They can't park there, right? That's what we said earlier. I don't know. It says Chevy Impala, right? Well, it looks like a Chevy Impala. Cancel by the ambulance with BPD on scene.
Copy, thank you.
10, rescue group. Number 1. Hey, can you eddy out and make your way back up to the launch point? We have an area for you to search. Short second.
Have you guys been seeing all those videos that they've been catching people with that explosive diarrhea? It's like the 3rd video I just watched today. Somebody got caught on the street walking where their pants were soaked.
Just upriver from there to let you guys know.
in a brownish color. I better not laugh before it hits me. Imagine being at work and oh.
Harvard 60 copy.
Not because of Taco Bell, it was because of Taylor Farms, I heard. It's not the first time Taylor Farms it traces back to Taylor Farms. I remember back a couple years ago, it was E. coli.
Land long over the radio again.
Copy, go ahead, you're clear at this time.
Continue 1029-1, still Friel, that's Frank, Robert, Edward, Lincoln, first up Desiree, David, Edward, Sam, Edward, Robert, Edward, DOB is 1030 on 90 PM.
Yeah, but just confirm it's the subject that was around on your MDT.
Hey, Furman, he's gonna text this 1029 of 37179 490.
So far, it's 1023.
Division Bravo, IZ, here, 10. Okay, I have that Charlie strike team. What are your needs as far as engine?
Alright, go for a drive. Open mic.
91807 Union Avenue in the Metro, EG Beauty. Subject bumped over. Get behind this wheel of a hybrid vehicle to be further. 4 Boozies, copy from 3345 Bernard Street.
Emergency 2, booking this is will be on Rocky Flats. Cancel the unit.
For the last 3 Metro 2.
Confirm to Emergency 2.
3 Hill 2 and 4. We'll shoot you back en route to 33rd. 4 Boozies, copy. Sam, Adam, 992, Toyota, Bizarro.
Return to South Expired 2006 Toyota to Miguel Medina, 321 Price Street.
Central 6, 10-8, you're off to the other fire.
I thought you fixed it for us. For an overdose. There's Hawker 2, check for open mic.
So there's somebody passed out behind the wheel up the street here. Let's go check it out.
Affirmative on a 1035 showing.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes like levels never thought possible to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly, and that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, In mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that The United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela, and that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
Broadcasting at 10 Beach at 12. This is no subject west from Memorial Hospital, 423 4th Street. Your first subject versus Kayla, 21-year-old female wearing a blue sweater, red shorts. Subject can be at the Parker 5 to Tango on foot. No further control declared. Robert 7, 1 10 2. Robert Yard. Correct, Cannon Yard. Yeah, they can go ahead and the yard. Nobody's home. We get a permission. Yeah, boy. Porterville, 1 star available.
The positive ETA 1835 Ocean reloading and then returning to Porterville 1829.
HW, thank you so much for that super chat. Much appreciated.
Just over the direct transportation unit. Double transportation unit, 1112 19th Street.
Ring David 1, go ahead.
Let's get out of here, guys. We gotta let him go. It's not. Walk over here now.
Ring David 1, that covers back stolen weapon, Smith & Wesson SD9. Looks to be one of ours, fella.
Oh, stolen. Police issue. Firearm just recovered right now. Law enforcement issue. Comes back to stolen Smith & Wesson to them. Crazy. Somebody's in major trouble. Open mic. For those of you just tuning in, guys, this call came across as the driver that you see right here was passed out behind the wheel. Officers showed up, pulled him out of the vehicle, and he is detained at the moment. Looks like bologna Sammy's. It is for him. No tacos, right?
Affirmative. Can you respond with units 9914 Biscayne Drive? Biscayne, it'll be a major cross of Clove River in Berkshire.
Look at this guy now. You want to know how from the cops to get away? The cop was just trying to help him. He says, no, get away. Damn, dude, so paranoid by the cops. The cop goes, fine, whatever. Officer says, I'm just trying to help you, whatever. Look at the lady just laughing. Lady officer. He was acting like a zombie. He seen the cops and he sobered up real quick. He said, oh shit, it's the cops. Greg, welcome. Moon Girl, welcome. Rogue RR, welcome. Torta Thursday, man. Thursdays are for tortas. But it's always taco day. Taco Tuesday, Taco Monday, Taco Wednesday, Taco Thursday. What are they waiting for? My guess, this is my guess, right? My guess is he's detained. He might not have a driver's license, and they're waiting for somebody to come and pick up the vehicle in order for them not to tow it. That's my guess. Alright, want to stick around to see if my guesses are right. My guess is he does not have a driver's license. The vehicle is registered. The vehicle has insurance. And instead of towing the vehicle, since it's parked in a private business, they're going to let somebody come by with his license and pick it up.
Parkway at Coffee and a white Honda Accord of unknown plate speeding could show to clear.
Transport Dozer 3442 arrived at scene of the Coffee fire.
It's a red car for him tonight. Heather, what countries that you went to again? I'm so undecided where I want to go for my 41st since I didn't do it for my 40th. I know you went to several different countries, and how was it?
Just confirming you're out of water.
Firm, I can clear the 415 units were on prior.
For PTO. Dozer 3442.
This is my option so far, guys. Japan, because of all the samurai history. Option 2, you want Italy and France. Russia, Belgium.
242 just occurred. Number 4 you Victor. Advice is 242 for my first County Pack Bell 60s, white and blue shirt, blue pants.
Second option is the Viking history, the Nordic country, Iceland, Norway,
Transport Dozer 3442 confirming we're using Fire 23.
Switzerland. Third option is that Rome, all that gladiator, Colosseum stuff. Rome, and while we're down there, Venice. Other places. And then the fourth option will be starting in Turkey and going down through different countries on train. I'm so undecided right now. I know I want to do it. I'm getting older and older and older. Love Germany.
Fuel 9 arriving on scene of the contract.
Fuel 9 arriving on scene 1840.
Yeah, the fourth option starts in Turkey and goes to Hungary, Serbia. Stop by and see my niece. And it goes to Austria. I was looking at the prices, and the most expensive one is the Norway, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland. All those countries I heard are super expensive. Hi, want to wave at us? Not taking the girls. It'll be just me and the wife. I can't afford to take the girls. They'll have their trip on December. Yeah, that's what I was reading. The Nordic countries are the most expensive to travel, so that's why. At first it was Vikings. I was like, never mind. After I did some research over the weekend, I was like, I think I'm gonna do I'm more tied up between
10-4, incomplete, 911, 132 L Lincoln, unit 26. Mail stated there was no reason to cry and call back in. Someone heard the background. No voice contact. 10-4, copy.
No, what underrated? Croatia? Yeah, Croatia's very good, I think. Miss Pearl, welcome.
3 Metro 5, 10-4, 361, you can 1022. You want to me? You're shot again, current hotel, street handle. Your ID on it. 3 Metro 9, 10-4.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards the Turkey one. Sounds pretty fun. Turkey, Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, and Austria. Now you could travel through plane. Or Japan sounds pretty cool too, just to go see all the samurai. I'm into like Viking, Colosseum, Gladiator, samurai type warriors. Yeah, fam in Spain.
Engine 14, commercial fire alarm. 7301, Old River Road. The SeaTac at Independence High.
Spend a month in Australia. Awesome.
Your Metro 8, contact us for code 4 from please.
He's currently rethinking his life choices, yeah. Another one I look at was
Number 1 on L Lincoln. Also additional location shown from Rapid at 1130 First Street. Rapid 11.
right, dispatch. Another one I was looking at is Romania for the Dracula part. All the medieval old-time castles. That'll be pretty cool too. Go visit the Bran Castle, the one linked to the Dracula legend. I don't know. I gotta make up my mind. Dude, keep your mouth shut. You're almost getting away with whatever. The moment he starts talking too much, it's over for him. Here, Russia's incredible. I'm just scared going to Russia. Oh, there's Joe. Pick him up. Oh, Uncle Bill, right? Panic sets in and they start talking, yeah. England was his favorite country. It's a little warm outside in Bakersfield. It's pretty damn hot in Bakersfield. Wow, 100 degrees still, I think. I think we should be in the 99, 100 triple digits still. 101 still. We need a call, man, to break away from this one. I told you guys what I think what's going on. I think they're waiting for somebody to come pick up the vehicle.
Control 1, let me source 3, 1097, get bus.
Source 3, 1097.
We made phone contact, but he's adultifying. It was an accidental dial. The correct 1020 is 117 in Nora, Unit 13. If you can contact other discretion. Copy.
Engine 14 on scene, 1851.
One F, turn 0.
What I tell you guys?
1850.
They were waiting for somebody. Oh, his girlfriend's gonna kick his butt, if that's his girlfriend. What do you mean you were out here in the corner with the lot lister stand at?
Control 1, let me source 3, 1014 with 2 to Chester Roberts.
Source 3, 1014.
He's smiling now.
4204 Volley Street, difficulty breathing.
I guess my guesses were right. They were waiting for somebody that they could release the vehicle to.
911, Ranger 17 to 7.
Company he works for, probably? You know what? You're correct. Probably the company he does work for. She showed up and he's all smiley now over there. She showed up in a nice GMC Sierra.
Rangers 13 and 23, 10-7.
Ranger 13 and 23, 10-7. Engine 14.
We have a response phone around.
We'll try to confirm. We were unable to reach anybody on callback.
Oh, Uncle Bill, thank you for this gift there. India is one country I will never want to visit. Never. I'll starve from there. So my guess now that she showed up and they handed the vehicle over to her, the cops are gonna leave and they're free to go.
Engine 14.
This was set up by steam by the cleaning crew. We're going to attempt to reset the alarm.
Copy.
Well, I tell you guys, the cops are leaving, guys. What did I say? Man, I'm good.
You're on route to Quincy. On by.
I'm good, guys. So he did not have a driver's license. That's why the vehicle had insurance. The vehicle was registered, so they just waited for somebody to drive the vehicle away. He is free to go now, and they released the vehicle to the lady who had a valid driver's license because the vehicle was parked in a private parking lot. He was not driving. But now she has to come back for this truck here she left. So now she drives the vehicle away. So there goes the vehicle.
Myself and the poor girl will be around to us.
They want it for you can send to me, check. We got one copy too. 352 northwest. 352 temporary.
Now the question is, should they release the vehicle to her or should they? Obviously he drove it there, so.
2333 Thomas Way for cardiac complaint.
They going for Mediterranean food? When she showed up, his face just changed. Like, I became all smiley and everything. Like, I'm saved.
Engine 14 needs to see. Engine 14, the alarm company was able to reach a responsible who is currently out of town. She advised she would try to reach out to somebody in town. No confirmation
Right,
if
Karen,
anybody's
right
en
on
route
the
yet.
bullseye.
Stand for copy 140445.
Thank you. Control 1 to me, service 3, 1097, Chester Harbor.
1097.
My apologies, can I have the third case number for a warrant fight?
Additional case number for the warrant site will be 140446.
Thank you.
You're welcome. World Cup finishes Sunday, yeah. Have you guys seen the prices to the World Cup for the final match? They're as expensive as the Super Bowl, if not more expensive. It's crazy. You have Argentina versus Spain.
Engine 14. Affirmative.
Once America
Engine 2 rescue
Wow,
queuing
stop
continues
carrying.
access from the alley.
I tried to clean the windshield earlier at the gas station, guys, and it was not giving me enough time to wipe the water off before it was so hot. The water was leaving all kinds of marks in the windshield. It would dry up real quick. It's crazy. Money laundering story? Crazy.
Engine 14, alarm company shows restoral at 1858.
Copy.
Caitlin, welcome. Over on the Rumble side.
Go ahead for Park Day 1. Marking the wire line, we've conducted numerous searches from Elk to Goodmanville, and we've been UTL. Starting to get a lot of shadow across the water. It's impeding our search.
Better to have a brother to be a brother.
Can you confirm?
That's affirmative. I'm sure that's for the talk to Larry.
20 North Mill Street, unit number 95. For seizure.
Smoke's bad in Philadelphia.
David, 19 progress. CPR progress. IC crew 12.
Fire residential fire alarm 14011 Ivory Chalice Drive. New common development.
Got IC crew 12. Engine 14.
Engine 14.
President is able to reset the burglar alarm. Appears that the fire alarm has been reset, so engine 14 complete. Might be about the burglar alarm.
Affirmative. Alarm company was notified of the burglary alarm. Engine 14 complete. 1905.
Entire state of Pennsylvania is under code purple. That's
CC.
Go ahead, Battalion 90.
I see just checking in on Battalion 3. Is he on scene?
Affirmative.
Copy. CC back. Also checking in on the current dozer. Is the current dozer on scene?
So Kelly, yeah, outdoors. Welcome. Code purple, that goes off the air quality. Look up the air quality codes, color code. I think it's above the red. Your AQI. Not every day your weather, then you have your AQI, your air quality index.
Valley 4. Also check the welfare, 2300 South Union, 27 will be for first time Gina, was stand on the courtyard on the ground, look to be under the influence station S. Yeah, before, let's touch your video.
I think that's second to the highest, right?
1 Lake 4, 219 to Mojave Substation.
4 219.
It's almost like the similar green tag. Then it goes yellow. Then I believe red or orange. Orange, red. The highest is black. Or not black. Dark color. Maroon. There you go. Thank you. It's not black. It's maroon. Stand corrected.
Engine 5, continue medically to the Green Garden, 2300 South Union Avenue, Unit 27. For an overdose, enter discretion.
Purple's very unhealthy, and maroon is like you're in danger. Maybe it's time for you to leave the area for a couple of days, Uncle Bill.
1919 Corkdale Street for cardiac problem.
It's maybe time for you to take a mini vacation somewhere and get out of the area until the air quality clears up.
Rescue 2.
There's somebody got a ticket.
Control has been transferred over to PPD. Rescue 2 complete assignment.
Rescue 2 complete, 1910. Engine 5, you see, confirm you copy your call.
Damn, dude. It's a crosswalk and a sign there for a reason to wait for it.
MID approved. Both units are up. Tag 440 on Ocean. Copy the OCJ. 3600 Ocean. Contact on Charge 2. 1911. 14-9 in White Lane, 9 Union Henry, Union 043 on Silver Honda.
Does California have fire police for traffic details?
contact with 4.
10-5, Howard staging, are they needed?
The fire police we have here right now is the arson officers. And then they direct, then the fire direct the local PD if they need traffic control and stuff like that. So, is that what you're asking, or?
Go on. 11. Sir, we've completed our search to the Weir, just east of Gordon's Ferry. We are still UTL, we're going to be 10-8 and back on today here. Step 1.
Engine 5, you can cancel. Complete 1914.
The certified fire police officer in Pennsylvania to do all sign. So you're like, okay, right here works. Right here, whenever they need officers, they just call for officer assistance, PD assistance.
So there's not a specific agency for that. The only officers the fire department has will be arson. Heather, good night. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. You get some rest.
Engine 7 minutes, 5601 Briarwood Lane for cardiac arrest. Progress.
Sonia, welcome.
Taking off to you, Sonia.
Take it easy, Sonia. Thank you so much for stopping by. Take it easy, Miss Pearl. Thank you so much for chatting here. Enjoy the alert. Oh, just here to say hi? Oh, okay, okay. Welcome, welcome. It's not like you were saying bye. No, we're not kicking you out. Everybody's saying bye to Sonya like
restaurant. I've received a call from that female. I think one of the employees would be the victim of that 245 shooting in a business day.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Victim, but you. Arizona is already doing it, so I'm gonna change the clock in my car.
Sherry says, don't hit the like. Oh, man. Sherry, why would you say that? You made me cry, Sherry. That's not very nice. We got 1,600 viewers and 600 likes. Can we get those up just a little bit?
Did you have traffic for ETC?
At this time, I do not believe they got that guy out. No, I don't think so. Like I said, I don't know if search and rescue gets them out in the neighborhood. I don't know if they have a spot in the neighborhood and they don't go any further. I know there's like a set of weirs right around here in Gornitz Ferry.
Traffic?
I could not tell you. But I'm gonna we're gonna go up a little bit further up the river. Yeah, this is all basically Chevron right here on the right. Inaccessible. Chevron lease. Left and right, I believe. It's called the River. Yep, Chevron Gate 7. So let's see if we can put eyes on the river right here. Nope, we can't because there's a ranch called the River Bluff Ranch. Let's see, a little neighborhood right here.
Just checking in on the Dozer and Battalion 20. Did they arrive on scene?
I've been through here a long time.
If you wanted me to check on. Customer Manager, Battalion 20.
I think I've been through here once or twice on the live stream years ago.
Slow night overall. Feels like a Thursday. Oh wait, it's a Thursday. Last Thursday was pretty damn busy. I remember last Thursday. We went from call to call, and all this Thursday it's been slow.
RP, provide a gate code at Falcon Key Tower.
Activist 2113.
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
They get in just down the way.
All right, Jones, I hear you. I hear you.
Let me get the settings set up and yeah, man, we'll go move around. I was just live on my backup channel not that long ago, prior to my last stream. Let's see. All right, let's see. So quiet. Hold on, you guys. Let me get these radios turned on. It's too silent. It's too silent right now. Let me see. Okay, cool. We're live. We are live. Check, check, check. What's the update on that rescue? What's the update on that rescue? Does anybody know? Did they locate the third person? Have they located the third person yet? Okay, check, 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 check.
For medical aid to the Senate 500 West Columbus Street for midnight surgery procedure.
So another victim. So another victim lost. Another victim. So another victim possibly lost to the river. Ah, man. Or not lost to the river, but from making a decision to get in the river. It's not the river's fault, it's the person's fault. Oh man, look at this. Alright guys, we are live, and yeah, tonight's gonna be I'm curious to how tonight's gonna go. Why? Because I am on a different I'm using another phone company. I'm using another phone company, so we're gonna see how T-Mobile. We're gonna see how T-Mobile. So we're gonna see. I was gonna go with Verizon, but apparently T-Mobile's the best one to go with in Bakersfield. That Verizon's good to go with in LA. Josiah's got T-Mobile. IRT has T-Mobile. So I'm gonna test it out and see if that helps. If that helps, I'm not expecting to have 0% of buffering. I know we're gonna buffer. That's always, but hopefully we see little to less buffering versus how we've been the last couple months.
The court order violation is also at this point.
So I'm gonna. So I'm gonna go cruise around. I'm gonna go cruise around in some hoods, in some neighborhoods that I know we buffer at, and I'm gonna test it out. So we're gonna, like I said, I'm gonna go cruise around in some neighborhoods, and we're gonna test it out. Test it out, and then of course if we get a call, we're gonna run the calls, stuff like that. If the river rescue's still going on, I might make my way in that direction. So yeah, I heard that T-Mobile's good for the city, and AT&T's good for like the rural, like, the outside areas, the rural areas or whatever, however you say it. But like, it's good for like the outskirts. I heard AT&T's good with the outskirts of like of the city. So
Confirm a need for air resources tomorrow.
So I don't know. We're gonna see. You know, it's like, do we want to buffer?
I see. We're working with the duty officer on the resource request for tomorrow. Copy.
It's like, do we want to buffer in the city, or do we want to buffer on the outskirts? I'd rather buffer on the outskirts because we're rarely on the outskirts. We're mostly. So that's what I'm looking at. Can you guys see?
Check the welfare.
You guys see the frames? 20. You see how it says like 30 frames per second? Once that frames drops out, once it drops below like below 17, 16, I know we're gonna start buffering. That's why I'm always like, okay guys, we're gonna start buffering, because I pay attention to the frames per second. And once it goes below like 20, that's when I start noticing the buffering.
13 ECC.
So as long as I can keep it at 30 and up. So that's when you guys always hear me like, oh, we're buffering. That's because I'm reading the monitor. I'm reading the screen, and I'm going off of what it's telling me. And then I see you guys commenting like, dude, you're not even buffering. Okay, well, I apologize. I'm going off of what I'm reading on my monitor. So, yeah, I went back and I read the comments the other night, and they're like, dude, you're an idiot. You're not even buffering. You're just making stuff up. Yeah, I'm like,
Breathing. Patient is conscious and obvious distress.
yeah, I'm going off of the monitor, and unless I manually go on a cell phone and then watch my live stream, I don't know if I am or not. So 26. What do you mean 26 plus? I'm not on a cell phone. I'm on a camera. Yeah, I'm not on.
The plate returns to an address on Karma Court. As the driver was previously swept over the wheel passed down.
I'm not streaming on a cell phone. I'm on a.
I'll be on route to the RO address.
What? I'm not streaming on a cell phone. I'm on a camera, dude. Yeah, so I don't have the 20. I'm not streaming on the 26 plus. We're streaming on the Sony Plus. Damn, let's see. But yeah, dude, I'm gonna go cruise the area where we usually drop, which is around here in the Union area. Oh shoot, it looks like they're building something right here. Well,
on scene of a 4-story structure, commercial, nothing showing. If you want to be investigating, it's 27 side C on
Female occupying 32 to Sedan 20 to 7 X-ray Charles. Henry 685. The big flaring his speed, stops, yells at Peg, continues, stops, yells at Peg, and then continues. He's going to be in the area of eucalyptus and Twix.
They're following a drunk. They're following a possible DUI driver. What the fuck? Bro. Bro, I gotta show you guys this, dude. This is unreal. This is Kern County activities right here all the way, man. Oh man, this is gold. Come on, baby, let's go. Come on, green, let's go. I gotta show you guys this, dude. You guys are gonna laugh your ass off, dude. Are you guys ready? We're coming up on him right now. Damn, he's hauling ass. Bro, I'm clipping this. I'm so gonna clip it and throw it on Kern County activities. This shit is, I've never seen this, ever. Look at that, look at that. That's Dumb and Dumber, bro, on a whole nother level. Hey, at least they got helmets on, though. Kern County activities. Oh, man. Damn. Hey, at least you gotta give them that. At least they got helmets on. Shit, I wonder where they're headed.
On a white BMW.
I wonder where they're going.
Ticket 74, ticket 75 should be released from the hold at Paso.
BMW local.
Nah, it's not an e-bike, it's a motorbike.
From an air conditioner, no hazard. You can cancel the response and you want to return to Fire 1.
He just comes up on me and stalks me.
Released outright.
Yeah!
Affirmative. They're currently on base on the hold, but they can be released.
Look, guys, this is a whole nother level right here, man. Of pumping somebody on a bike. Pumping somebody on a motorbike. It's probably my neighbors.
Check the welfare at Wayside Park, Corpus Virginia Avenue. We should have each other. With Evangeline, Hispanic female, 19 years old, wearing a black tank top, black pants. On medication. Unexpected.
Good evening, Alex and chat. Hello. Kevin, what's up, Kevin? Good evening to you as well, man. The sound is loud. All right, do I need to turn it down or something? All right, hold on. Let me go to the sound. Hold on, man. I'm gonna turn it down right now. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me get to the audio, man. Hold on. All right. All right. Let's see. Testing. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Let me pull over for this one.
4213.
See. Is it better? Yo, mic check. Mic check. Mic check. How's the sound now? Is it good?
Helicopter 409. 409 has been released from the cockpit today.
Damn, buffering.
1 hour, 45 minutes on fuel. Heading at 090 for 5 minutes. We'll be stopping at the wonderful airstrip for hot fuel in Ithaca. And we'll advise when back in the air.
We usually...
Copy release 145 on fuel, heading 090, ETA 5 minutes to wonderful airstrip, then on to Keene at 1946.
We usually never buffer right here in this vicinity. It's buffer.
John 3, advisor ID and go ahead.
Lincoln Edward 2, I have an NGT issue. Can you show me 10-8 from my current log up OD, please?
10-4. Can you advise if remaining Lincoln units from Grand Lakes are still on duty?
You can also be a log up OD.
10-4. 4600 King Avenue. There's a customer of service group of 5 Black Nose and descending team loitering number 1 Black Nose, 15 years old, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, gray sweatpants. Hold up. And go up 19 out of Sulphur 29. One of the teams should have fled heading northbound McDonald's.
You guys, we're always going to have buffering. All right.
3 Central 7.
Not buffering, I mean, the scanners are always going to be loud. I'm deaf. I'm partially deaf. 50% hearing.
3 West 51 around. 3 West 51, 10-4. Route to 725 Dolores Street with CTV. 10-4.
Thank you.
And Commander speaking.
317-213, Highway 43. Alright, contact
Ali Morgan 8028 says the ice tastes bad at City Press wouldn't make a fountain drink.
I was here in spirit. Gosh, was it something I said? My app just closed. That's crazy. My app just closed itself.
TH says 1. Visca Scanner says channel points and blurbs are now enabled. Visca Scanner says channel points are disabled. Save your channel points.
That's crazy. So my app just closed.
Says Shadow John.
My app just closed.
Visca Scanner says channel points and blurbs are now enabled.
Okay, make up your mind. Visca Scanner. Make up your mind. Are they enabled, not enabled? Which is it? So I got out, I hit record. I looked down, and I'm just moving the gimbal around. I looked down, and my app closed itself.
54.
So then I opened it.
54-14,
again.
clear call back to service.
That's okay. It was probably running an update or some dumb shit.
Text Sweetie 77515444 says Jello.
Hello.
He says you have one in where? I see.
They must be really looking for that person.
Perky_Moon says they are unable.
Oh, clear.
Text Sweetie 775154 says it on yay.
Yeah, my recording app just
Kirill
closed.
says thumbs up sign.
Showing to do route 4.
Text Sweetie 775154 says thank you John and Jeffrey.
I don't know what I did, but you're welcome.
Oh, we can wait.
Yeah, if we would have followed our normal
Jeffrey
routine.
_Miller says hooray you made it to the website.
Yep. Oh yeah, you got her. Good. Yeah, that should work on anything. It doesn't, it's not app specific. If you can open a browser, it should work. Let's get a drink. What do you guys think? I think it's a good idea.
Jethro Miller says Texas Sweetie is locked out of Twitch, but she found the website now. She's stoked.
Very good. Yeah, she could talk too there. I forgot my speaker. I just run around here all no speaker like.
Perky _Moves says, does it / / also / pause?
No, I do not believe it does.
Says, lemonade.
I don't know if it pauses. I don't think it does.
Sweetie 775154 says DR Pepper for me please.
You know, I'm thinking that's what I'm going to get actually.
We're having a verbal argument. Female citizen male subject pulled a gun on her. And he just
Text Sweetie 775154 says yes I can.
Okay.
Geo Agent 73 says no for locos tonight. John LOL.
All right, we're just going to be using the phone speaker, guys.
Kirill says doesn't work on my damn phone. Gray.
It's weird.
Sheila Seabrand 9910 says telling cops that John is at the case, so start pulling car stops.
Out of our cups. Well, have to get a large one. I'm going to drink this, Raj, in 2 seconds now.
Geo Agent 73 says get one for each cup holder.
How you doing?
_Moves says
Good.
You must be a court-appointed attorney because you're totally giving me a pro bono.
Stop it.
Text Sweetie 775154 says thumbs up sign.
Stop it. Have to get this baby drink tonight.
John Doe 7980
Yeah.
says, cashier, John's armpit stinks so bad. Do you have any secret for men?
It's not nice. You know, I do have feelings. Thank you. Have a great night. You as well.
Jareel says face with tears of John.
Pro bono, really? Pro bono. I saw that. I saw that. How you doing, man? I'm live, just so you know. Okay. Yeah. I'm live. Do you know? Yeah. So hold on, guys. Let me mute for a second. All right, guys. This guy's trying to ask me some questions real quick.
1544 says running shoes tonight.
Yeah.
How do I send you a message?
All right, guys. I'm sorry about the long delay. That guy, you guys should have. I'm gonna talk about that guy's story right now. I could talk about it. That's a guy who has. Are you ready for this amount? $49,000 in tickets. $49,000 in tickets for yard ordinances. I'm not gonna say the town because he's gonna send it to me tomorrow. $49,000 in tickets. If he were to sit it out, that'd be 3 years. What do you guys think of that? Miracle. You guys still there? Hopefully you're still there. Hopefully I'm not. I don't know what's happening.
1983 says, oh my goodness. Big Dave X says, 327 days to sit it out at $150 per day. Tech Sweetie 7751544 says, I am.
What do you guys think of that?
M_like19 says, I am here. Auntie M says, yeah.
He says he's going to send me this tomorrow.
Agent 73 says here, but no TTS, I think.
I'm gonna get these tomorrow. Ask him if he wanted to talk live. He said, nah, not right now.
Geo Agent 73 says it's back now.
What do you guys think of that in the land of the free?
Says, crazy, is there any way to get it lower?
That's what we're gonna work on. We're gonna see.
Short One 1983 says, that's wild.
Now he said not 4,900. 49,000.
AD101M says, no, you muted us and we left tired of it, buddy. Murky_move says, we gonna send you an invoice for $47,000. Angela8377 says, happen. Big Dave X says, but those are going to be civil citations likely.
Yes.
They'll foreclose on his home before long. Tech Sweetie 77515544 says Trusty is 3 for 1.
Trusty is 3 for 1? And I'm just sitting there looking at him. He's like,
Big David says, maybe not foreclose, but put a lien on his home.
In the land of the free. Home of the slaves, land of the fees. Another example of that.
Cherilge says, most of it's probably the warrants.
No, it's...
Tech Sweetie 77515544 says, faced with tears of joy.
Oh, man, I might have just did that guy. I shouldn't have talked about that yet.
Keeple12 says, evening John, Pam, and Trunk.
Good evening. We better stay local. I shouldn't have talked about that yet.
Antium says, I'm curious as to the details and what on earth would rack it up that high.
Oh, I'm going to get them. Trust me.
Perky_move says, you can't spell HOA without ho.
I shouldn't have left the area. I shouldn't have talked about that yet right then. I had a thought. Crazy random thought. Oh, man. And it looks like my thought was right.
Cherilge says, this is because he doesn't mow. John, you better get mowing or you're next. John Doe 7980 says, land of the fleas. Makes me itch just thinking about it.
Land of the fees. Fees.
GeoAgent 73 says they will take the home, then auction it off to someone with the same problem there and start the process all over. Tech Sweetie 77515544 says, I know nothing, I just wash the cars.
Damn it.
Antium says, oh no.
Yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about now.
Perky_move says, chill, you good.
Gosh, I would feel horrible.
Short One 1983 says, whatever happened to helping our neighbors out? If they are struggling, lend a hand.
You know, that's an excellent point.
Tech Sweetie 77515544 says, where we headed?
I was going to Angleton, but then I changed my mind. I just want to make sure of something.
Dina Vittorio 9249 says, hi John.
Hi.
Dina Vittorio 9249 says, hi everyone, smiling face with Halo.
right, so far so good. We hear the
87751544 says thumbs up sign eyes.
All these stories that we hear.
Sheila C. Brandt 9910 says you have my permission to speed.
Everything's good. I would never speed. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Sector JG is not clear. Excuse me. Sector JG is not clear. I say again. Sector JG is not clear.
RTM says, be cool, man, be cool.
Be cool, be cool.
Perky_move says, man, hold up. I got too much lean on my cut.
I've got to see this. Guys, I'm going to be putting up a video about Sweeney pretty soon. Probably, hopefully I'll have it done by tomorrow. Just know, even when I'm...
903 print guy says, wait a minute.
Just know that even when I'm not there, I'm there. .03, welcome in.
Geo Agent 73 says I may be wrong, but I thought in order to set on the shoulder while occupying a vehicle you had to have park lights at a minimum at night.
Well, there.
Is that true?
I hope not, because sometimes I don't exactly do that. I don't really make a big deal. Sometimes my car goes off after 15 minutes, automatically. If I'm on a stop more than 15 minutes, my car went off. If I don't have my hazards on.
Tech Sweetie 77751544 says I've got plenty on Sweeney.
Yeah, that'll be out. Hopefully, I started editing tonight. But it's such a good video. I want to make sure it's edited right. It's gonna have some people clutching their pearls.
Clear.
Perky_Moobs says, will the video have an all caps title, Not Everything So Sweet in Sweeney?
Oh, I like that. I like that. All right. I see what you did there. I see what you did.
203 traffic.
203 traffic.
Tech Sweetie 7751544 says thumbs up sign.
Okay.
New Way, Texas. Tom King Henry 3117. Tom King Henry 3117. Black Jeep.
We should have just stayed in sector JG. This is the way my night's gonna go. That was a turning lane. That was definitely a turning lane.
Watermorton 3794 says what's up.
Some might not think it's a turning lane, but it was kind of a turning lane. It's next to a turning lane.
GeoAgent 73 says hello, Walter.
Hello.
Miss Deborah says hi, John.
Hi, Miss Deborah. Hi. Hello, Walter. Thank you.
Miss Deborah says hi, everyone.
Dang. Hi, Miss Deborah. That was definitely kind of a turning lane. It's next to it, at least.
Tech Sweetie 7751544 says John's left. GeoAgent 73 says hello, Deborah.
Show me giving 35 courtesy ride to that demon to the Quinto stand by on the corner house.
That's a little fast fuel at 0 plus 38612.
Ready to heavy lifting.
Tech Sweetie 7751544 says red light district.
Dang it. Welcome to the Red Light Channel, everyone.
Oh. 47390982, 47390982.
Dang it. The router went off.
Clear.
It's rebooting. It did not like the way I hit that railroad track.
Kern County Sheriff's Department had to bust open a door to try to serve a warrant. It's unclear on exactly who had the warrant. However, they set up a large perimeter, and after they got the door open, they took a few people into custody. It's unclear on exactly who the warrant was for. However, there is an ongoing situation here on Decatur Street in Oildale, California, for some type of police activity for the scanner traffic. It was for somebody with a warrant. However, it's unclear on exactly who that is or why there is still multiple people at this time detained. Unclear whether any arrests are going to be made. Once again, this is in Oildale, California, where they had to bust down the door for a possible warrant. Sorry. So, somebody with a warrant, so they started knocking on the door to serve a warrant. Nobody came out, so they got the thing, busted down the door, and then all of a sudden everyone wanted to come out.
Oh, wow.
Well, they're out now. I got them.
Oh, there's this one. It's no customer, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Nice meeting you. You want a sticker? Here. I'll get you guys a sticker.
Oh, there's one more. Already on the scene, their dad's gone live, and then there's Frankie James. What's the name?
Yeah, I get recognized a lot.
I lived down at the corner house. You guys were videoing something down there a while back, and my son went out there and was talking to you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Probably, I don't remember, but
My son, he's 22 now, but he's always been a cop and highway patrol over all his life.
oh, that's cool. See, I got my kids. I got it to where they like when we're in public, they see cops. They always walk up. I like cops. I want to be a cop.
Right on.
How you doing? Some kind of warrant, man. They busted open. Look, you're welcome. Thank you for. They busted open the door and everything. Oh shit! And they took 4 people into custody. And her. I cut her out of the video because she's like a little bit older. Right. But him and they put them all in the back of the cop car. Wow. Wow.
You have a good evening.
I don't. I have a sticker. Do you want one?
Yeah.
Is this your house? Oh. Okay, yeah. You want another sticker? Sorry for being in your driveway.
Hey, that's
Yeah.
all right. You can see me right away.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Dude, I am getting like ate up by bugs, bro. They had the non-lethals out, so that tells you something. Hey, let's go. We had a $10 super chat earlier. I think I missed it, but thank you so much. At this time, nobody is technically arrested, only detained. I don't know if anybody is actually going to be arrested. Grammy came through with a $5 super chat earlier, and then Jerry came through with a 10. Thank you, Jerry and Grammy.
Negative. 7 Mary David Lincoln 223. So plug out here to move back from okay. Okay.
Operations A2.
Right, what? What is that over here? South Lexington, where the elementary school is?
I'm not too far. What you got?
dude. I'm not wearing pants. I'm wearing shorts. Look, my eggs are getting laid up. My legs are getting ate up. Oh, this is when I'll like. Hey, is the gray one a girl? Yeah? What are you gonna do with that one or what? Are you selling the puppies or what are you gonna do?
I think so.
You wanna hook a streamer up with one or what?
Say it again.
I said, yeah. Hey.
My husband's in there fangirling, so he might want to go.
Yeah? Hey, no, so we went camping at Lake Isabella and the campsite over, they took my dog. So my kids let my dog out of the camping trailer, and I thought he was still in the trailer while I'm outside sitting by the fire. And he goes to the campsite next to us, and when I realized what happened, like 20 minutes later, we walked around the entire campsite looking for him, and they're like, oh no, we haven't seen him, blah, blah, blah. And I came back like 20 minutes later, I was like, hey, so I'm just curious if you haven't seen him, why does his tracks go right to your truck? I just noticed that. Oh, that dog, yeah, we watched him go back in your trailer. He's gone. He's back in your trailer. But looked just like your gray one. And man, he would sit, when I was driving, he would sit right here on the center console and just chill. He was the coolest little puppy ever, man. And if I play with him, like act like I'm in a punch or whatever, he just started like, and just attack the crap out of me. He's so cute. Just wanted to give you my number, that way if you guys decide to
Oh, yeah.
what you're going to do, let me know. I'll write it down your phone because I'm on live. There you go. And my name's Jacob.
I'm Zeta.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Cute little puppy. I learned my lesson though. Get a collar with an air tag or something on it. I mean, seriously, I would have found him like right away if that happened.
Same here.
Oh, and then the chip.
Oh, yeah, the microchip.
Yeah. Yeah. But nice meeting you guys. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I am so like in love with their puppy. I want a male. I would if they get I want a puppy, and I want a male dog. Not the male man, the male dog. No, I want a Frenchie, man. Frenchies are so cool. I literally have a life jacket for a Frenchie. My Frenchie would ride on me with my jet ski. I'm being serious. He would hang out at the lake and ride on the jet ski with me. Life jacket for a Frenchie. No, I'm not going to show the yard or the puppies. I'm not going to do that. That's private property. I'm not going to zoom in on that. I zoom in on police activity, fires, crashes, stuff like that. But if you're just hanging out, I'm not going to zoom in on your front yard and show your dogs unless you ask me to. Is she getting out? Please release her. Release her. I think she's going out. So I know I showed her on the live stream, but I didn't show her my reel. My reel gets a lot more views than my live stream does. Alright, we're gonna get out of here. I don't even know what this was about.
Cool with all the streamers. I talked to Jacob the other night after all that bullshit. I talked to him, got everything situated. But yeah, man, if I talk about them, it's cool. If I shout them out or throw them out there, But in the meantime, let's just keep names off the chat, please. Damn, bro. Engine 61. Yeah, look. I believe the fence came down along with it. What's going on down there, yo? Oh, they're going to the fire at Lerdo. Apparently there's a fire at Lerdo. Heavy smoke. That's a Lerdo jail. They're evacuating the jail. Let's go listen. Let's go listen in. Let's go listen in on that fire.
At this time, we're going to investigate, keep everything coming.
Nothing showing.
Drawing CDP, copy comments, and is that possible? DCC pretends this will be a semi-layered IC. Company 63, go ahead and switch your traffic to TAC V4. Switch your traffic to TAC V4.
I don't know if you guys heard, but there's nothing showing. Keep everything coming.
At Palm and Oak in the metro.
They said there was heavy smoke.
Control, get you everyone. We started so due for a drivable corridor extent.
Okay, there's a Hispanic male with facial hair, wearing a black baseball cap, has a black shirt over his shoulder and white. A black shorts. It was 243 Hispanic female wearing a black shirt, females on the ground.
I can be around.
01, turn 1. I'll advise in the back.
There I see current force. There is smell inside the smoke. Main squad company 63 will be assuming fire attack group. Engine 63 and 64 will be working for fire attack. Control on day 9, clear the point out.
I'm good.
White House, not surprised, First American, DOB 9/11/1985, 35. Got it.
And now, car 205, possibly west of Saunders Park. Time to confirm the subject's middle name.
Complete, 0 to 1. We'll find the source of the smoke. Action in the toilet we can handle with, we can also cancel engine 32.
Is Ash?
Engine 32.
Hey, Paulette just came through the donut. We got, all right. Well, we got plenty of money for tonight's fuel. That's great. Thank you guys. Sorry for even mentioning my frustration with stuff. That's not you guys at all. I'm very thankful for each and every one of you. It was, my frustration is with other entities that has nothing to do with my live stream. So the fire, I'm gonna go get some gas at a cheaper gas station, but just an FYI, the big fire at Laredo Prison, I think was an inmate's toilet, paper burning in the toilet. Candy, thank you for tonight, July 16th. Thanks for all you do.
Channel Summit, Chris 3. One engine 42 to continue, Mountain Squad 42 to complete. Those are 2.
We have a possible vehicle versus bike on Niles.
Have tension, and there's no number on the post.
Oh, Denise, helps, it helps a lot. We're good. We're good on that, guys. We are good on tonight's fuel. We are covered for the gas. That is more than enough. You guys are very, very, very nice. So thank you guys so much.
Go ahead. 29. California, no.
CK, self-standard is drinking in the pool area at 3701 Queen.
He wants to go that way. He can't go that way anyway.
They gotta go around.
So he's turning that way.
The excess.
Tell him to go around
John
me.
Remind them that they can't park there. Jordan King 23 _ says, tow truck service cost more than what he about to spend to fix his car. LOL.
Do you need me to move? Look, this is all I got to record, man. This is all I got to record. If another car comes, I'll move. Oh.
11, will you just go and show me en route?
Okay, if another 7 cars come, I'll move. If another 7 cars come, I'll move.
I'll get them to go around. I mean, they can only go that way.
Yeah, that's the only way they can go.
28 Young, 5240 William Frank Young, 5240 Silver.
Yeah, I knew this parking was going to be a, you know what.
Jordan King 23 _ says, LOL.
I look back, there's a traffic jam. But they all had their blinkers on to go the other way. No one actually wanted to go this way.
Do y'all need another unit or y'all 10-4? 10-4,
You know what? I'm gonna take a chance. Get out.
Cindy 1970 says, a witch.
Let's see if we can find out what happened. Hey, you guys can't park there.
Oh, I know.
How you doing, man? You doing all right?
You're good.
What happened?
I was just coming from a friend's house. We live right here.
Uh-huh.
And I turned, and all of a sudden I heard boom. And so I turned the car off real fast because the engine was roaring.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen people go by, and they're like, and I was like, oh my goodness. So I call him. I'm like panicking. I haven't even got out of the car yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is bad parking. Don't try this at home. I'm a trained person. It's not worse than your parking, though. I'm just messing with you. I hope your night gets better. I really do.
It will. It will.
Luckily, you're okay.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you were stopped at the stoplight and turning?
Yes.
All right, so could have been a lot worse somewhere else. So that's good, actually.
Do me a favor, just put the emergency brake on. It'll work right.
Were you just driving by?
Actually, we just finished up with the fire call.
The gas leak?
Yeah, the gas leak.
Was it a bullshit?
Yeah, it was a little.
I don't go to gas leaks because I'm a smoker.
Yeah.
Y'all don't want me there. Y'all don't want me there. Y'all don't want me at the gas leak calls.
Now we went there, and then I was on my way heading to the house. I was like, I'm going to Buc-ee's, grab me a drink. And then I saw them, and I didn't want nobody to hit them. So I just
Look at you, man. Look at you. That's why no one ever made a song called F the Fire Department right there. That's why. No one ever made a song called F the Fire Department.
No, I haven't heard nothing.
No.
How you been doing?
I can't complain.
Yeah. What you live on tonight?
Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Rumble, and my website. I can go live on my website now.
Still staying around over here?
Yeah. Uh-oh. That's bad parking. Oh, they're going in. All right, good. That's really bad parking, man. That's horrible. Huh? Man, I'm too broke to afford it. Please don't tow it. Don't park like that, guys. Don't park like that. Don't try this at home. I am a trained professional. That'll buff right out. Ma'am, I sure hope I'm laughing with you. Not. I
hope you are.
Okay, good. If I'm not, just tell me shut the hell up.
See if I can get over here and get a better spot to view it. This is too far. Let's try to get a better view closer in. You can't get out of here. Let's turn around.
Charles 16, medic 618, transporting 1 to David, and I'll be riding with Charles 16, copy.
I guess that might be the apartment that it took place in because the officers are holding it up.
And Charles 16, I'll be writing with the mail that I just attached, last name Bowie. Charles 16, copy. Sam, do we have a contact for the property management here for the cameras? We'll check if we have contact information. 2-6, I'm with the manager right now. We're going to try to look at cameras. Channel 6. Channel 2, copy. I'll be right with
You got suspects, you got all victims, all suspects. Did more than one person stab somebody else?
Item 17.
Okay, so medical aid is potentially leaving the scene. CHP is still on scene. There's 2 CHP vehicles on scene. Most of the lanes are blocked this time. Yes, I'll go get some fuel after this. I'm gonna go to Circle K. They have better fuel prices and cheaper sodas.
7021, that's confirmed, and the call is 2049, 2049.
Sorry, 2.4.
Majority of the smoke, all cruisers exit the building. The units will be complete. Eight 2775. Can you check commercial service?
Totally 10-4, checking commercial status of yellow 188775. Can you advise if Cook is with an E. Edward on the end?
Okay.
One letter, can you send me the first passenger building?
Building first time.
Abram, first time.
I don't think they found him.
Flight return to no stops. It expired as of 2021 with a penny match flight to a Eugene Romero and a Jessica Spida 2006 Chevrolet 410. This is returning non-issued. And so the RP advisor exit on 119 from northbound. My suspect will continue on the northbound 99 or ascertaining if they still want contact. Or the north beach east of the Huxtable across the street from the model home.
Control on Paul Sam 3, Adam.
Paul Sam 3, Adam.
Per witness, our primary fled prior to our arrival. The unit is clear on the residence.
Sam 3, Adam, 3.
Medical aid to Jackson Hotel 714 Jackson Street. Unit number 11 for an ill patient near ambulance is from Mettler.
Okay. This call's over. Time to go get some gasoline.
Up at is going to be where it took place at. Hey, Tube Sam, welcome in.
Alpha 3601.
Across, additional unit needed to 273.5 in progress, 2453 Rio Linda Boulevard, unit 24 to Boy. Your scanning is open line 415. Now the separate callers saying that male and a female are screaming at each other. Male's 242 and the female is still working on a description. When we are in a relationship. 273.5, additional unit needed to Boy. Same 2 to copy to cross. Copy cross. Same 2.
Hey, Omar, welcome in. We're at the extended stay on Rosin Court. They had 3 people stabbed. 3 people were stabbed. Three people stabbed. We're at the extended stay on Rosin Court. 3 people stabbed. Unknown if one of them is a suspect, but 3 people stabbed on Rosin Court.
En route with Alpha 36. The male house on the 2735, David Wells, male black adult, purple t-shirt, blue jeans, there's no weapons. There's another male neighbor that's 906 now, trying to break it up. Maybe associated with apartment number 6.
Three people stabbed.
I think the male tried to have intercourse with her. Male said no. The male, correction, the female said no. Male got irate, started hitting her. Yelling.
Hey, buddy.
Alpha 36, K91, the line disconnected again. We're no longer line.
What time does call come out?
Charles 26, your call came in at 20:45 hours, 2045.
Unknown suspect description.
I don't even know you. This is my, okay. And this.
You tell us what all goes to Terry's, we'll take it.
My cigarettes. That's the main thing I want to take with me, and my money. And my speaker. And my speaker.
What's happening, John?
You know.
How you doing, man?
Living life.
Huh? Another night?
Living life.
And I said, it ain't even fair. And it's not. Paraphernalia. I didn't rob them.
County give an ETA?
She's just being a bitch. Because I wouldn't go back and finish the job because people started shifting me. I overheard her telling somebody.
I'll just read that like pretty quick though, because whenever they get here, they're gonna put you.
Oh, I'm going down this subject.
They're gonna, put you in prison if they take you.
So, you think I could get it? You think I'll be released in the morning on a payment plan or something?
Oh, it's a class, it's a Class C violation. I think so. Like it's just a paraphernalia ticket, so I assume so.
Class C. You just told her to go make a payment plan.
Where you going?
I got 5 on the cat.
Well, I think they're the ones that gave me the ticket.
Richwood was?
Either Richwood or
Hold on, guys. Probation room. A probation officer just rolled up right now.
Yeah. 150 turn.
Lived in that apartment or had some stuff going on in that apartment because her phone was in there and they got her phone for her.
with you?
Yeah.
Is all zips up though?
Yeah.
Ma'am,
The combination to my lock is on the back of the white phone.
Okay.
Ma'am, I hope your night gets better. Hopefully they throw you out in the morning. Hopefully they throw you out in the morning.
Yeah, hopefully.
This, I believe it was for a paraphernalia ticket.
It's on the, put on the back of the vehicle. It's not on the other.
You gonna ride it, Jones?
Hell.
I tried riding a bike. Didn't turn out well for me.
I spoke so much as brakes on this bike, and they gonna want to sue me for it.
I saw you break it. I'm just.
Theodore.
You got someone coming for it? Oh, you have a plan. Put it that way. All right, all right. Let's see what Lake Jackson's doing. They probably miss me.
Probably, I think Angleton misses you.
Angleton misses me the most. You're probably right. We'll see you. 27 feet. Like, that's about parking, guys. Don't
Yeah,
try
somebody
this at
brought
home.
the
I am a trained
lady that
professional.
got her phone out of there, brought that chair
I
up
don't know what's
there
going on with
and
my
left
mic.
it.
You guys
So
just
that
saw
might belong to one of the victims.
Did you hear any of it, or did it just start? Did it just go out? I guess this is the cable.
BSCA scanner says, channel points and blurps are now enabled.
Let me check this cable, guys.
Cheryl says, Lake Jackson always misses you. Geo Agent 73 says no scanner. Tech Sweetie 7751544 says it's
She probably got to pee. That's probably what it is. She got to pee. Alright folks, I gotta change the camera battery real quick. So hold on a minute.
No DV, we're mediating on 415 here.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're on at the extended stay on Rosin Court. 3 people were stabbed. They say 1 is in critical condition. They were all transported to UC Davis Hospital. Unknown if one of the stabbing subject was the suspect or not. Unknown their conditions. Unknown their conditions.
In here, good. I don't have a lot of faith in the satellite due to the bridge. See the bridge? We're parked under the bridge, which will stop the satellite from working. Light's useless. I got no light. I'm gonna use my flashlight. have my scanner, so you guys tell me if you hear anything like that I need to know. I left the scanner in the car. Can't hear nothing either, guys, so we'll just make up our own story. It's a warning. It's a warning. I love that.
Watch the start, Johnny.
Yep, I got you. Thank you.
East Scanner says, channel points and blurbs are now enabled.
But that officer in the doorway.
And Jacob and Jim, mostly just Jim.
Exactly.
No,
Y'all figure it out.
I'm very serious. If you can find the time to go, I'm willing to go. I'm not.
You're good to go, bro. You are an adventurer, just like me. Ready to go. Ready to rock and roll. And yeah, we'll definitely be in touch on that.
Yeah.
Just have to get back home and gather my gear. And yeah, the Mojave Desert. You know where it's at? You know where the where she got left off at? And
Yeah, I pulled it up. I pulled it up on the map, but.
3 people were stabbed. 3 people were stabbed.
Start you at 27 on the 91 in progress. Let me.
Okay, so she took off because the CSI's inside now, so she's gone. She probably got to go to the bathroom or something. Somebody just almost backed into me. No, this is Sacramento, California, folks. Sacramento, California. We're at the extended stay on Rosin Court. Extended stay on Rosin Court.
Alpha 16, I'm going to start you with 18 on the 921 in progress in your feet. Alpha 270, go for it.
There must be pools of blood or something up there on that ledge. Was he waving at us or waving at somebody else, though?
57 on a 972, 8272 Arroyo Vista Drive. My son is supposed to be home, but his bicycle's missing and hasn't seen him for 3 hours. To Gabriel Cedito, male Hispanic, white, 13. Last seen wearing a yellow long sleeve shirt, blue pajama pants with dogs on it. No medical. It's a 972, 8272 Arroyo Vista Drive.
That's everything down here then, for our closure. Hey, for just a lockout. Thank you. We expect to sustain code for a non-cooperative deported at City Power.
249. Are y'all stopped?
They are stopped. Do you guys think this is the car? What do you guys think?
211. I'm good.
I think it's the car. But what do I know?
Crash the 5995 says, anyone else W this one? Just me? Big Data says.
I'm gonna need the flashlight. I'm gonna have to walk through that grass. So I can hear.
Cheryl says 1.
Just a warning. Bring it back to Main Street.
Yeah, he always
So there's fire department here for somebody. I'm assuming they're going to go talk to the victim.
Moving around to the address
Or the
number
suspect.
and the RP. And to locate restraining order, we should have priors at the address number.
Okay, I think he's going to be in this car right here.
With
Oh, he's on the ground.
405 Hurt Court for hemorrhage.
I didn't even realize there was a dude right there, bro. Holy cow. Let me turn around one more time. Dude, I did not even see that dude.
Can you go with the info for Petty?
What the hell happened to him?
44792 Grand Point Parkway.
What's up, 857? My brother from another mother. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Fire located 1 serve CPO, restraining Brown, protecting Jamie Benford.
I wonder if he's Narcan. They're doing the sternum rub. Could be overdosing? I don't know, man. They went codes something for something right here. He's alive. He's just unconscious.
Water tender 31 and patrol 31 completed the Cottonwood incident. We'll arrive over back to the first end.
I can be patrol to work and the patrol complete.
They're really good at standing in the way. Whether they do it on purpose or not, I don't know. Thank you so much, Sandy.
Party will be federally for 23. The victim, one contact and one address in the valley. 1023.
That. Stay in the truck. Yeah, a lot of times it feels like it's on purpose, but I like to think that it's not on purpose.
Now, last Torres, first with Victor. EOB is going to be 1120, 1987, and clear for a photo. 608 to 3381. Advise that the rest of that already.
I have no idea what caused this or what's going on, guys. Like I said, guys, I have no idea what happened here. So shout out to my buddy 857 Tucson who was just in the chat. I'm going to spam his link here in a moment. This is the link for my buddy 857 Tucson. He's out of Tucson, Arizona. Does the same thing I do. Similar. And he's also a good friend of mine. Hey, Colonel Network's in the chat too. What the hell? How you doing, brother?
With search and test terms for HMS arms, weapons, and ammunition.
Big shout out to my buddy Criminal Network, Alex.
That he's not to leave
Spam his link in the chat too.
without the permission of his PO.
Make sure you guys go follow Alex and 857. Both of them are really, really close friends of mine. So do I, 857. I'm gonna make you a moderator too, so I can see your name. Hell yeah, that's right, 857. Appreciate you. I also just spammed the link for my buddy Alex with Criminal Network. Make sure you guys go follow him too. Let him know we said what's up. Yep, Alex went back to Nancy's, bro. Thought it was pretty insane. That's right. I had to watch. I ain't gonna lie, Alex, while I was live streaming the river rescue earlier, I was definitely checking out your video in front of Nancy's. It was raining like heck. It was crazy.
2204.
What's up, man? I don't. All I know is I heard them go code, like something's going on right here. And sorry.
I came by and said you were shot. It's alright.
I don't think he was shot.
No, he rammed him off the bike.
That could have been the case. But they're rubbing his chest, like they're doing the sternum rub. They usually do that when you overdose. So I don't know. Obviously he's still alive and breathing because You know, they're not doing chest compressions.
He's alright.
Hey, you too, bro. I only shut my door because I got my dog in there. I didn't want him to jump and bark at you. He's a knucklehead. He's breathing, he's just unconscious. Yep, we got 857 and Criminal Network, both of them in the chat. Both my brothers from another mother. That's what's up, guys, that's what's up. Yeah, I appreciate it, Alex. What's up, Blue Line? Whether you agree with filming in front of Nancy's or not, in the United States of America, we have this amendment, and we also have the freedom of press. So Alex is considered media, and he has the same rights in the public space as a representative of a news company, as does anybody else. You just have to be able to prove that you see intentions of providing information to the public, which is what he's doing. The information he's providing is what's going on in Nancy's. He's working on a story. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, that's the laws. There's no way those cops heard me say that. I'm not even that close to them. We might be getting a chase, but westbound approaching. We might have a chase. We're definitely getting a shot on the ambulance, the blue way. We got a chase. We do it. We have a chase. their First Amendment rights. Whether you agree with that or not, they were still having their rights taken away from them for no reason. Spam the chat with some hearts for 857 Tucson Criminal Network and my boy Da Juice. Any color, whatever you want.
604578.
See the bottom? You see that? See the bottom? Yes, sir. So I'm split. I be in my, now that's 1 feet. Yeah. That's this one. All right. Okay. Now this is my other one. See the bottom?
Okay. Fine, switch as the anything else to make you walk in a straight line?
Well, my feet. Yes, sir. But I can walk as much as I want, or as much as I can. It's up to you, sir.
It's up to
Everything is up to you. It's up to you, sir. My feet is cut. You seen it. But I'm whatever you want me to do, sir.
You feel comfortable trying, or do you want to skip that?
I can try.
If you want to try,
I can try.
What I want you to do on this painter
I can try. Okay.
I got on this white line right here. What I want you to do is place your left foot on that line.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Left foot.
Left foot.
Yes, sir.
Right foot, heel to toe in front.
Yes, sir.
Arms down by your side.
Yes, sir.
Good, good. Do not move until I tell you otherwise. You understand?
Yes, sir.
This next step is called the walk and turn. Okay, what you're
Yes,
going to
sir.
do down this line is you're going to take a series of 9 heel to toe steps down this line.
Yes, sir. 9 heel toe steps down this line?
Right.
See, but listen. My feet, see, I was just standing there with you, but my feet, it hurts.
You want to skip this one?
It hurts.
Okay, there's one more if you want to.
My feet, it hurts.
Okay.
It hurts, man.
One more if you want
But I can put my feet, it hurts though, because I'm gripping it to the ground. Sir, it hurts.
You want to skip this one?
I don't want to skip it for you to think that some other, but
I'll give you that.
I want to do this.
What you want to tell me yes or no? What do you mean? You want to do this next first question?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't know, sir. What I'm trying to say is, my feet is fucking cut.
We're going to go to the line. Okay.
Man.
Feet good? Feet good?
Yes, sir.
Arms out by your side?
Yes.
Do not move until I tell you otherwise.
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. This last step is called one leg stand. Okay. What you're going to do is you're going to raise one leg, either leg. You're not matter to be whichever you're most comfortable with, approximately 6 inches off the ground at the bottom of your foot parallel to the ground. Okay.
Okay. Can you pick for me?
Yeah. No, you're going to take.
Can you pick for me, please?
Performing this test, you're going to look at your elevated foot.
Pick for me.
1,001.
Pick for me.
1,003. So on and so forth.
Yes, sir. Can you pick for me? I see you shaking. Can you pick for me?
No, you're going to pick. Whichever you're most comfortable.
Can you please pick for me?
No.
No, I want you to pick for me.
When performing this test,
You can't pick for me.
no.
At all. Positive.
You're going to pick.
I have to?
Yeah.
You sure?
You want to do this one?
No, sir.
No?
No.
Okay, turn.
No, but you mean, I want to do this one. I'm talking about the move that I want to do.
No, we're past it.
I just said I'm going to stand up. I'm talking about, did you want me to do the standing test? Oh, sir?
No, I was already explaining the last question.
That's what I'm saying. I said, did you want me to do it or not? I said, I asked you.
Just asking, you have a phone or anything?
No, sir. No, sir. All right, let's make the card. I want to take it. There's no shoes in the car.
No, I'm going to get your papers right. Yeah, no, that was the first one. Still got cones here.
Come out for his homie.
10-6 Control 1.
33, 10-5.
Honest call, you can't see the king unit.
If you are 21 years of age or older,
Now we're still not listening
younger than 18, the operating motor vehicle will be suspended tonight and not less than 6 years. However, if you and an analysis of the alcohol content for the you may be subject to arrested
Does Sabrina show me her chat?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Say again, Sector JG is clear. Tags are out. You go circuit 8 or something. Should be good.
Hurt my hand, dude. Which one? This?
Jones log open container and unit 875. No, get the We weren't going to do that. That's so cool.
Log an open container in unit 875.
3 open container.
Yep. What the hell? I did not see you, man. Yeah.
Trying to get a better angle of the car.
There you go. I did not see that guy moving that way. All right. Guys, put it in the chat.
Turbo Chicken Man says,
Here, 41 Henry T2. Yes, sir. I got two cars going to be en route to you. They're witnesses leaving the scene. They're going to be... Thanks. Squad 24, Medic 624, Medical 8, District 24, 5000, Auburn Boulevard number 2, Squad 24, Medic 624, Operations A2. Code 4 for Firewatch Security at the Coho. Code 4.
There was a stabbing that took place here at the hotel, the extended stay on
31 Adam, 32 Adam,
Rosin Court.
36 in progress on
3 people stabbed.
Caller is not 97, said 5 to 10 ago, received a text from the neighbor saying that the caller's cousin is trying to open a window of the residence. The caller has an RO against the cousin. Over.
Charles 617. Are you sufficient on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Name and vehicle stop.
14 hours.
Antelope and Lycan, 9 boy, Robert 005 on a grade sheet with them. Boy, Robert, Adam, Nora, Sam, Ocean, Nora. First of Mary, Edward, Lincoln, Ida, Sam, Adam,
1990.
Copy. A on Marconi Avenue.
Go for it. Go for it.
Copy. Melissa's clear. UG Electro. The address is listed as a stay away location on the order. Also, the cousin is on probation, has an ankle monitor, and is bipolar and schizophrenic.
Unknown if the suspect is being caught.
Nobody at the location. Coming on Silverwater Way. I was hearing a female yelling it. Said she sounded young.
Seven, I'll start that way.
Right. The subject is a BMA taller. We're working at bullying description.
60 2920 Ramona Avenue number 1509, engine 60, operations B3.
We're in progress on Doorway. Currently there is no air available, and CHP is going to inquire if they can get their airship up.
Track 2 8 south.
Track 2 go ahead.
We're going to be out to McDonald's off Norwood on 4 X-ray Nor at Edward 691.
Sure.
Disco is secure.
Expired 5/18/22 on a 2002 GMC out of Hercules.
Medic 1 Bravo, Medic Police Code 2, District 60, 2920, Ramona Avenue number 1509, Medic 1 Bravo, operations B3.
The RP was unable to provide a clothing description. Our subject has a 10-20 area with him. Copy. 2 Alpha 13 to start for 952. Hampton Village Condominiums, 3301 North Park Drive in 1A. Mail gave the main address, no apartment number, disconnected. We're trying to call back now. The only history are 2 prior all units calls to 95218.
Sound check.
Thank you, sir.
On Silver Waterway. Six of 4. We're still, there's no fire. We got one detained.
Gary.
Okay, can you log that immediate on scene?
Sorry.
All right, folks, we about to get up off of here. Everybody say your goodbyes.
Copy.
expanding Mel's Pleasant Beach eastbound on Niles. Once again, it's Bakersfield, California for a possible shooting where somebody was potentially shot in the lake, according to the first 911 call. Cook County Sheriff's Department is currently on scene. They are investigating. The road is blocked going southbound on Mount Vernon from Niles, and it looks like there is one person on the ground being hit.
No, I'll fix it. What's up?
What's up, brother? Saying hi to you, bro.
Yeah.
He said hi.
I know I said hi.
Did you hear? Huh?
Shooting.
Hey, they located shell casings in the Popeyes parking lot. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah. Hey, so it's going to be a handgun, 9mm. Multiple shell casings.
How do I?
Can they hear us? What's up? Do I know what? I'll let you Streamlabs, bro.
Why?
Because I'm already on, I'm on, the yellow bars. Huh? Yeah, no, but I'm already on the yellow bugs. And then when I do the RTMP, I'm on Restream. Restream.
No, that's not. No, you can do that. It's in chat.
I got the stream key from Restream.
Alright, let's try that, guys. There we go. No, look, I could see buffering. Oh, it's saying Jack on mine. Now it says streamlabs. Okay. So people don't like it because it's like don't block it. Yeah. That's tight. Alright, there we go, guys. I just fixed it. Now it says Streamlabs again. What? Everything? Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna change it to Cali Field. Get everybody mad. So now if you guys want, you can just block Streamlabs if you don't like it.
Search for industry and route for an overdose 1348 North Taylor on Avenue, Robinson Street. This is 233 and 433. This will keep rating at Agent Care Center 44567 West Pillsbury Street.
I've been recognized like 4 times tonight. That's weird. I get recognized all the time and I'm still not used to it. Not saying you guys are weird, I'm saying I'm weird. I'm just not used to it. Nah, you too, bro. Dad's gone live. I can't. Oh, Dad's gone live. Yeah. Oh, that's dope. Up in my chat. I'll give you a shout out. Go in my chat. He's trying to give himself a shout out. I told him I'll do that. Just hop in the chat. I thought he was asking if I'm on TikTok. He's saying he's trying to give himself a shout out. That's dope. I'm all for it. He was trying to give himself a shout out on my live stream. I thought he was trying to ask who I was. Asked if I was on TikTok. I was like, no, Dad's on live. He's like, no, I know who you are. I'm trying to give myself a shout out. I make music. I'm like, oh, that's dope.
Oh, he was young. I thought he was tripping.
I haven't had anyone trip yet. It's like 4 years still.
Engine 22-350 overdose behind the liquor store at 769 East Boulevard.
Suspects on the 4th floor of apartment
'Is he still out?
I don't know. Don't tell me they're fighting over a chicken sandwich from Popeyes. I heard it's pretty good.
got it all on camera.
Oh yeah, they do, huh? You know what that means? We can do a FOIA request to get the footage. I don't know, what do you think, Alex? Look good. It's alright.
Super shot. I like this shot because it has the bridge, the overpass in the background.
Yeah, it looks good.
You already know it's Mount Vernon, you know?
Is that my Crown Vic guy?
Yeah.
Truck?
Sorry?
Did you get your truck?
No, this is his.
That ain't my truck. I don't know that guy.
I saw you earlier that drowning.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's it going?
What's your name, man?
Alex.
Alex, Andy, Chidas. Good, man. Where's your Crown Vic at?
I got rid of it.
Why? It's too damn expensive.
Yeah, because I was on your radar.
You're definitely on the radar, man.
I was on your radar.
I was pissed one night because like you were like in like I was trying to get a look at the driver. I haven't seen you since. It was that Chase Oil deal.
Yeah, the pursuit.
Yeah. He was like right in the middle of it. I'm like, this guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, be safe, man.
It's not often we got a chase, you know.
No.
We get a chase.
No, that's my job. I'm supposed to shut him down, but you know, that was my pursuit. I started it. So
I'm gonna go home
you guys be safe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, let me write your license plate down.
Hybrid. Yeah.
Better on gas, man.
All right, Andy.
Take care.
This is what we said.
All right, we got major flooding in Maricopa County in Arizona. I might actually go.
Maricopa's what, like 30 minutes?
Arizona?
Maricopa, right?
Maricopa County in Arizona. Guys, we got some major flooding in Maricopa County, Arizona. Depending on how bad it is, I'll go. Would you guys like me to go? I get paid
He
from
didn't, no,
my
but
boss
I
over
spilled
around.
freaking muscle rub all in my pants, in my pocket.
I should be getting paid from one of my jobs around midnight.
And now my eyes are on fire because the whole car smells
Should I go to Maricopa County for the major flooding? Maricopa County.
And my eye, and I want to wipe my eye, but I got muscle rub on my hands too, bro. I'm not gonna use my shirt. Oh, but this truck is sketching me out, dog. Like muscle rub.
It's 7.5 hours away.
This truck is sketching me out.
I'm handling.
Number for your subject.
That'll be David 327-8758.
When you say no because it's too dangerous, that makes me want to go.
How long have
Just an FYI.
How long have you worked for the CIA?
If it's a no because it's too dangerous, I'm gonna go then.
94, you clear?
Yeah, Nick.
Okay, that's on trouble 6705 Stream Mountain, let's say CDI.
27 Joshua Iraq. Can you confirm?
Never mind. The flooding will be over by the time I get there.
Alexander, Beverly, Alexandra, and Beverly.
What little research I did, I found out for disconnect protection.
You going to that call?
Restream, you have to have like
We got
a
a chase.
$250 a month plan.
No, I was just doing a U-turn.
Huh?
I was just doing a U-turn.
You're just doing a U-turn.
Maybe the cheapest one, $199 a month.
What chase?
Sounds like it was off that one from Rosedale and Mohawk. I think it was. No, BPD. They just tried pulling him over again. He fled.
Yeah. Look at you, bro, getting all tatted up.
I've had cats.
Wait, what else?
I've had cats. Bro, look.
Every time I see you, you're sleeping.
I've always been sick.
Or you got something new. It looks clean, bro.
Where's the newest one? No, the monster tattoo.
Which one? This one? Right here.
DUI driver on the fast track 1640.
You ever seen a monster tattoo? I got a monster logo on my stomach. Naked Owls, downtown Bakersfield.
Does he just focus on color, or he does
They do everything. They have a different tattoo artist for that. So it depends what you want. Flooding in Texas. That's a lot further drive than Arizona, though. That's the only problem.
Lee Avenue, monitor common spectrum temperature 851.
Flooding in Texas, that'd be an airplane. That's not much. I'd have to get an airplane, hotel, and a rental car.
The more stuff you want to do, the more expensive it is.
Yeah, of course, man. What? I think that the Mustang almost hit the guy on the scooter.
Just one for keep the peace over custody, 9508 Cobble Mountain Road.
You guys want to go order some Popeyes pizza? What happened? Hey, this was a shooting.
17 Union Yellow 000 on a white sedan.
A victim to a shooting, you guys. Single gunshot wound to the leg. Single gunshot wound to the leg. And dude, that cop was like, which one's the Crown Vic guy? Bro, I thought I was gonna get I thought he was gonna tell me something that I did wrong. I thought he was gonna tell me something else, like where I fucked up or something, you know? And oh my gosh, bro, I can't believe the amount of shell casings on this call. You guys got to see the amount of shell casings on this call right here, you guys. There is a lot of shell casings. It is like, whoa. It is like, whoa, 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 whoa. This dude is lucky to be alive right now. I'm going to show you guys right now.
Go ahead.
From my 5, it's going to be the previous 29 subject left of airline.
I'm going to show you guys the amount of shell casings. And you guys are going to be like, damn, dude, that's crazy. Hold on.
Yellow 0000.
How's it going? Damn. Let me see. Hey, boss. So, I want to see if I can get a closer shot. Look at, bro. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. There's about 8 shell casings, dude. Oh, boss. Look at that, you guys. This. Somebody just let the whole clip off on him, bro. The whole mag. This dude is very well lucky. He just got shot in the leg and that was it. Look, oh wow, look at the other ones right there, you guys, on that side. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's probably 10. He only got 1 gunshot wound to the leg, dude. Can you believe that? Can you believe that 1 gunshot wound to the leg? They don't want to be on camera. They just moved out of the camera. This is right here. Right here in front of Popeyes. Popeyes chicken. I want to get that shot. Running? Yeah, he got lucky, bro. And look, there's cameras too. Camera. Oh, look at that camera right there. Boom. Camera. Pretty sure got it in 4K. And I'm sure there's another camera. Oh, look at Travis. Go say hi to Travis, guys. All right. Pineapple? You guys want to go see a traffic stop? Is that a traffic stop? Or a crash? Let's go check it out. Alright. Bro, they lit the whole place up, bro. La, 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 la. And then they got cameras right here too, look. They got cameras on that business right there. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Hey, sir. I contacted the responsible on 221. She's advising they've had multiple burns there. She is not home. However, she did get an alert on her phone that her garage door is open. Are we go for to start code or stand by?
Left of Sewell, Sam Edwards, William Lincoln. First of Angelette, Adam John Edwards, Nora Edwards, Tom Edwards, date of birth 01/10/72. Just a second. Go ahead.
So it looks like they're gonna she's gonna start collecting the
Olivia White now. Last of Cooper, common spelling, first of Richards, common spelling, date of birth 07/10/1986, age 6, and yes, that's the original role.
Alright. I'll see.
Robert 298.
17 Robert 298.
It looks.
587. 2 copy the audible alarm 4450 California Avenue.
1720 Brook Street for cardiac correction for a diabetic problem.
Okay, 506 on 1 flower engage.
Flower engage.
Well, look who decided to join the party. Good old BPD. It's a badass shot, dude.
Strong gain, you're out to back being 5. I can count 174.
And it looks like that's gain unit. BPD that rolled up, that's gain unit as well. Yeah, gain unit.
Go ahead, we're 14.
Information, we received a 911 call. Losing its brakes, they can't stop. They're coming up on this accident. They'll be right behind you.
Rosedale, Landco, east of.
Oh my gosh, did you guys hear that? There's a semi. There's a semi going down the Grapevine, and it can't stop. The brakes aren't working.
Control Mike 2 traffic stop. It'll be California 8 Union Mary David 673 on a Dodge. I'll be Bryce and Decatur. Central 3 check.
That very well could end bad, you guys.
Mike 2 copy. Go traffic. Team 4 will handle 590. Copy the audible alarm 3720 Houston.
Trying to see, dude. Let's see.
Mike 6, thanks for that. Do you want any updates? Do you want me to email in?
Mike 6 negative.
Look at this cop. He's gonna come tell me this. He's gonna come say something. Watch. Hey, buddy.
1125 and turn at 3100 miles.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
2, I'm code 4, I'll be switching to Abbott.
When it gets staticky like that, it means it's working. Alright guys, we're gonna go move around. I'm done milking the scene.
We're diverting. Passing motors flagging us downward, truck L Street.
Yeah, I figured I'd milk this scene because there's nothing else going on. Literally nothing. Nothing going on. It's slow. So why not milk it, right? As long as there's cops flashing lights, might as well take advantage of the scene and stick around as long as possible. I call that milking it. Milk the scene, why not? There's nothing else happening. Until we get another scene. And then once we get that scene, we milk that scene until that one's over and we continue. On to the next one, on to the next one. On to the next one.
1975. X21, code 6 Avalon and 41st Street.
And you guys live in those desert cities?
Sure, Black Schwartz, code 3, incident 5137 OD 1994.
Do you eventually just get used to it? Or do you have to spend all day indoors in the AC?
9 South Matthews, code 2 5118 RD 477.
That's my dream, to one day have AC that I could afford to run all day long. I'd probably keep my house about 64 degrees year round. I run hot, dude. I overheat a lot.
Roger. Good night.
Let's start a dono train.
I don't know. My nieces, bro, they wear hoodies. Like right now, they're wearing hoodies and jeans. I'm like, how could you possibly wear that?
205 East 57th Street, code 2, incident number 5.
Dude, if I wear socks with sandals, I'm like, dude, I need to take these socks off. My feet are hot. It was raising my body temperature. A hoodie would be insane. LA Captain, stay safe, XN, Middies popping off again. Here's some gas money. Come on, fellow AXN cult members. They've started calling themselves the chat jerks. Come on, cult members. Let's start a dono train and help AXN with gas issues. Hey, I appreciate it. LA Captain, make sure you guys sign up to LA Captain for LA scanner activity. Everything you need is right there free. You don't need a scanner.
Is you on the north one or the one closer to Penny?
And I still have something for LA Captain.
If you got other parties,
if you want to send me a message and tell me when you're available, I want to give it to you.
Okay, what kind of club will look next door?
Scott Kelly, thank you for that super chat. I'm in. You're in the mainframe.
Class 2252 Daisy Avenue, Unit A, Long Beach. Mail dispute, 1815 Martin Avenue. Suspect vehicle is stopped in the middle of Martin Avenue, facing southbound. Suspect are 3 males. Number 1390, no further description. Code 2 and 5142 RD 1184.
How about we
Hey,
just,
Hollywood
how
unit,
about we start
Valley
with just hitting the
District
thumbs up?
7021 Hollywood Boulevard meets PR in front of CDS. Suspect female Hispanic wearing a black suit. Code 2, incident 5145 and RD 645.
They're doing some type of undercover bus.
144 RD 1958.
I don't know if it's just a normal.
Are you responding to 19843's additional unit request?
Prostitution.
943, 19875.
Something else, but I heard detectives saying something.
28, X-ray 12008, White Chrysler.
Almadina White Chrysler 8 Edward Charles Zebra 10. 34 still fine.
Cemetery 35, trespass suspect on alley, that's 61 Silver Avenue. Go to the top of 1791. Suspect shows transport complete, damage station, one female.
Does anybody know where Scott is right now?
Broomfield, subject custody. Something except Roger.
Let me text him.
Quick.
Send data when negative, thanks for checking.
Sending name Roger.
489237.
633 East Cedar Chavez, commercial building, one
Both on
suspect
that suspect, 2633 East Cedar Chavez Avenue at the commercial building, one suspect, no description on the roof. PR
are you clear?
Both flag and facade, red shirt, no Hispanic, go to 5152 RD457.
1FB21.
Vehicle, does not appeal.
Someone on a roof on Cesar Chavez? Where is this? We like roofers.
489237.
Suspect 1426 Paloma Street.
Both on that suspect, 2633 East Cedar Chavez Avenue at the commercial building, one suspect, no description on the roof. PR on right of the white, but Volkswagen facade, red shirt, no Hispanic, go to 5152 RD457.
Silver handgun. Was last seen walking southbound, Sanborn from Sunset approaching
Here to be tampered with.
Hoover.
Put us at a better location.
BL86, 1FBL86,
South
are you
of
clear?
Fenton, on a fusion flag down for Amanda.
Roger.
459 suspect, 2633 489237.
1FBL86,
459 suspect, 2633 East Cedar Chavez Avenue at the commercial building, one suspect, no description on the roof.
Can you guys get this address on Cesar Chavez right here? I cannot. She says I'm too fast. Listen.
459 suspect, 2633 East Cedar Chavez Avenue at the commercial building, one suspect, no description on the roof.
East Cedar Chavez?
White, but Volkswagen facade, red shirt, no Hispanic, go to 5152 RD457. BGOA vehicle, does not appear to be tampered with. And put us at a better location. We're going to be at Hollywood Drive, south of Fenton, on a fusion flag down for Amanda.
It's deeper in Boyle Heights.
Sure.
7.
It's just it's a guy on a roof, but I thought it was right.
They're coming around south towards you.
823 clear.
Oh, maybe we'll go over there.
Plate 8, Charles David X-ray 144. Vehicle in custody.
Thank you, guys.
An address from where they saw the suspect.
That's not a problem at all.
5152.
Address from where they saw the suspect walking southbound. 1031 shows
Location of occurrence.
5152. 1 resident.
1861, 1861, are you clear? 1861, Roger.
Let's see where we at. We're 10 minutes to the roof.
2399, roger.
I'm gonna go check it out.
Just call me, I'll take.
It seems like it's slow.
L86, 1 FBO 86, come in.
Saying no harm.
He is Brent. We're gonna.
Oh shit, dude. 19th and L, you guys. 19th and L. A male down in the alley, bleeding from the head. It's right here. Right here, right here. 19th and L.
Regarding our current, can you requeue until 17:30 hours tomorrow?
It's right here, you guys, like 1 minute out. 19th and L. Alright, cool.
104 1088 for remarks en route 594.
I think that's in the back of the Mint. There's a bar, a nightclub. A nightclub right here. I think it's in the back of 19th and L. We're on L right now. Alright, 19th and L.
Unit 10 about channel 3ID.
Number 19th Street. En route for a male bleeding from the back of the head.
19th and L, right here, you guys.
Sure.
Where's our dude at?
145.
5, I believe. 417.
We're on 19th and L. It's right here. I'm not sure.
Tempo, do you receive control?
In the back of the alley, though. Oh, shit, right here, you guys. So they're...
Exit 2111 Westwood Boulevard, RP Eden, free contact there, advising the subject 727.
Hey, what happened, bro? Huh? Fuck. Hey, the cops are on their way right now, man. Yeah. How you doing, man? Yeah, we're live right now. Yeah. I'm gonna park right here. Is it cool? He keeps on saying he's fine. He's fine. You know what? I don't want to park right here. I'm way too close. I want to park right. I want to park right here, but I don't want to park that close because BPD and the medical's gonna come. That dude is leaking pretty heavy from the back of the head. There's a lot of blood, but I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to be all up in the like that close. Like, if some shit pops off, I want to be able to just get up out of here. No, not everybody likes us. Not everybody likes the streamers. Likes cameras on them and shit. Yeah, let's go ahead and. Right here seems pretty good. So I don't know if you guys can see, he's holding his head. The people from the bar brought out a rag to cover his head. So. He doesn't appear to be a homeless guy. He looks like he has money. Yeah, he looks like he's got money, you know. So I don't know. Maybe he was robbed. Maybe they robbed him or something. Yeah, I wouldn't say he's bleeding pretty heavy, but he did have a decent amount of blood on the back, on all leaking down his arm and on the floor. So somebody, he either fell and hit his head drunk, or somebody cracked him in the back of the head. But I don't know. We're gonna find out. I got the radio on. I don't know why it's so quiet.
1 South 2. White lane and 6 George John Zebra 498 on a blue Toyota. 10-4-10-10 is no stops expired 2006 Toyota with a release liability.
The second half of the machete will be on a bicycle. He was in company of 2 additional subjects.
That fled in a Burgundy Dodge.
Oh, shit.
Charles, DPD Santa will be 98 and under 1145.
Streamer. Walk over there for what? Yo! Did you guys hear? Did you guys hear that BPD got the approval? BPD got the approval for a robot dog, for a robotic dog. BPD got the approval for a robotic dog.
Return to that address. On that 2000.
Yeah, I seen the Instagram post today, dude. Yeah, I saw the Instagram post today. And
Oh, man. Why is it doing that?
1043.
1443, can you open the south gate?
10-4 handled.
White Ranger, blue jeans. Could be passed out on the sidewalk.
All right, we're gonna hear right now.
Control 5. 5, Roselle. 1 West 51.
Whoop whoop.
1 West 51. 1 Central 5 and 1 West 51 on 6 resume progress. 250 South Beach Road at Park West Apartments for 2012 subjects from the pool area. Copy. 1 West 51 copy. They contact the victim. Team 2-145 on the 10-1.
Oh, so he fell and hit his head.
Control 146. Control 310.
That doesn't sound that bad. That's good.
Control 397.
The 417. Coming up. Yes, for coverage and readable.
Predator.
Nicole, West End Parkway at Mohawk for a white SUV. No plate.
I don't want nothing to be seen that shouldn't be seen.
Alright, 2020 Mercedes local.
I've already learned my lesson.
Service is 11014 to get the outside.
I had to end the stream and start another one, man. I'm not trying to do all that, bro. I didn't come out here for that, you know.
ECC Rescue 1, confirming we're complete.
Affirmative.
Rescue 1, copy.
Kylie?
KJ, clear for subject to broadcast. 1 South 2 and route with 1 Central 5, cancel 100. Cancel 171 tonight. Second, correction last name could be Sam Edward George Ocean. Adam Nora Ocean. DOB should be late. ID 204 580.
Question is this guy drunk? Is it DUI? Or DUI?
This
is
is
he
right
drunk?
here in front of the Mint.
Is he okay? Does he just need a wrap? You got boo boo owie?
In front of the Mint nightclub.
580 Charles. Control 1, Control 5. Good work, City Hazard.
Dude, I feel like going to the hospital in an ambulance is like signing your soul away to the devil. It's like a $4,000 ambulance right now, bet. How much you want to bet?
Going to.
That's your 5, standby.
Oh no, he is bleeding. I do see, with my eyes, I see blood on the back of his head. If I had that big camera, I'd be able to zoom in on it, but
Or step out.
For 1320 B-Boy, there's additional.
So yeah, I don't fish at 10.9 at fire.
Hey, Paul, say Adam, go ahead.
It's North Haven, Muskery, 12 gauge, Union 03427.
Hey, Paul, say Adam, can you send in the information for 10-1?
This call is not for explosive poopies, Robin. Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Code 4 U2.
Come on.
Okay.
Seven.
Hey, Paul, say Adam, 10-4.
No further other than slide west out and machete shells down.
Robin on YouTube. Robin on YouTube said, was this an ambulance for explosive poopies? That's what you get when you let your man. Who here likes Paramore? I love Paramore. Who else likes Paramore?
Thank you.
Flower and William, copy 9, Henry King, Zebra, 689 on a gray Nissan. Filter. Stalker 15 loitering at 6300 White Lane. You're behind the building for a white male, black shirt, blue shorts, a walking cane. Well, it's filter 34. Ladies in the log. Over boy, Charlie Code 6 on the subject down. Early in Linda Vista State.
Early in Linda Vista. Fire office, 979. Firearm and Kansas, no stops, no record.
Trying to serve a warrant. It's unclear on exactly who had the warrant.
10-4, can you advise RO?
And after they got the door open, they took a few people into custody. It's unclear on exactly who the warrant was for.
Yeah, Adam, I advise the firearm comes back as no stops, no record. Confirm. Serial number is Union 304-257.
Somebody with a warrant. However, it's unclear on exactly who that is or why there is still multiple people. Once again, this is in Lodo, California, where they had to bust down the door for a possible warrant. We're here in Lodo, California. Check out this video I just posted of the thing earlier. I'm posting it on the YouTube side. Facebook, it's on Definitely. Yes, yes, he hit his head and was bleeding off from the back of his head.
Okay, Adam, go ahead.
Union 034257. One South 2, copy 10-8. One, put this way clear. Policy on the
Big white down. Good.
9 John Zebra Yellow 961 on a Chrysler. Yes, the 1200 block of Wilson.
On your block, Wilson. Current 2007 Chrysler, Bakersfield.
Metro 5 route interview.
Adam. Still no stop, no record. Can I go for?
It's in Weston. Magnum 1 David 34805.
No, 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 no. That was not this. That was a video I made from earlier. This, nobody was taken into custody at this location. Not that I know of.
One on a gray Honda.
Seeing what looks to be a possible human trafficking bust.
Any CNN traffic hazard 52nd and Crenshaw on the southbound train track, suspect vehicle unknown.
The other side. Looks like it's just one person. I thought maybe it was going to be something bigger.
This is Sepulveda in the Valley. Van Nuys. There's a Best Western right here behind this Denny's. And there's a lot of prostitution around here. Also, is it Sepulveda or Van Nuys? I think out here it's on Sepulveda, where there's a lot of little motels up and down Sepulveda. So it looks like they took one person into custody, male. Those are undercover, so it looked like they were watching them for a bit. That's what it sounded like, bro. Like they knew who they were looking for.
East 21st Street, Suite 1500, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay, well, for the PR, you're code 6 with the vehicle and the suspect. Unit 3 traffic hazard of 52nd and Crenshaw is now code 3 per level. No officers or MTA supervisors, code 6 at location. You're showing into 5221.
I did give it to Mr. Darby.
I like the lighting right here, though. I like the yellow. Bro, that dude's got the Step Brother shirt. Step Brothers. Step Brothers. Why is that shit so funny? These guys are good. They're good. Undercover work, bro. Alright, we got our shots. I think we're out of here. We'll get a shot of the sign or something. This car. From a different angle and we're out of here.
There is a bar like, whoops, cancel.
Norfolk Sunday on 2000 Harley Davidson out of Apple Valley, the last bar 1584.
Let's go. What's the next call?
Wall, William, Adam, Lincoln, First and Christopher Home. Common spelling, date of birth 11/30/1970. Exploration of both. 910.
Ryan King, George Edward, 506, black Chevy SUV.
I have PTSD from PCSD.
Who's this guy, dude? You got competition right here? Alright, we're out of here now. Kind of curious to go in there. See what's going on. See if they got it. If they're inside of a room or something.
Sunlight like absorbs.
Is this what a nutrient? Wolf 3rd Street.
a 49 RPC, name of the parking lot.
Special units in 14X30, Person 41, 16X41, 16X41, 415 woman, Hayes Canyon of Belmont, Hayes Canyon of Belmont. Suspect is a female, possible white or Hispanic, 60s, wearing dark colored clothing. It's code 3 and set 8 RD 1658. 989 on third, call back no further.
Searching 67 stomach.
Have you arrived?
983, negative, 86.
9860, they arrived. Unit for code 30 rear, 10115 Riverside Drive. Incident 5251, RD 1569. 15X EV6, Roger.
Why is this not connecting here? iPhone, audio source. There we go.
Station 23220.
Alright, so we got one person busted here. It's a quiet night, so it was worth the try to come over here. I thought maybe it was going to be a bunch of rooms. I'm still going to drive through the, I'm going to drive through the parking lot. See what we see. See what we see.
Adam 61, you just loaded to 5128, and it just popped up on the tracker again.
View. 30 years, black shirt, no color pants. Take George 318, George.
We're just the only dude that we're looking for.
37 Morehouse.
Sure, there's a nice ass Corvette in here.
You can show all the Van Nuys Victor units, West Valley and Devonshire, follow up Van Nuys station.
Let me do 10, Roger.
Van Nuys Victor units.
Van Nuys, General Run.
5827, Roger.
I didn't know it went down like that right here, bro. This, I don't know if this is considered a nice motel. It seems pretty nice to me. Suites. A lot of people that come Universal Studios, come to LA, they stay here, I think. A very touristy motel here. Maybe it's easier to hide any of those spots than these, like, there's a bunch of little seedy little motels up and down here.
Passenger female black.
We got an ETA for the DPD unit.
1102. T32, your ETA for Sabota and Shirley for 985.
It's out here, they do a lot of bus. The FIG is like too much. They can't do nothing, it's too saturated. But they did do a bust off of the FIG on Vermont. That's that one where they arrested the motel workers and a bunch of gang members. So I thought it might have been something like that here. But that one I think is because there was minors involved. Okay, once I heard where the Denny's was, I was like, okay, I know where it is. There's no Denny's on FIG. There's no Denny's on... Maybe there's one on Western, but not where all the activity is.
You already have the incident right there, not because like...
This place is still open right here to the right, bro. They have like batting cages. And,
What do they have? Miniature golf?
Batting cages, miniature golf, and video games.
907, Roger.
447 ambulance, traffic CP involved 90 freeway Lincoln, 90 freeway Lincoln, code 3 incident 18RD 474.
I'm surprised that place is still open. You remember how famous this place was too? This mall right here?
Yes, 13X21 and
What was it called? The Sherman Oaks Galleria? But this thing is like dead now. This used to be a famous mall in the valley right here to the right. It was like the mall.
739 Matthew Street. Go take
28 requesting addition of 433 South Hobart. Unit available to respond. Command.
Like gang me with a spoon.
5118 ready 477. Record 3 position station 92 A and Lincoln. 14
414 E14.
Notify clear to enter at 4 Christian 3 414 East 14.
West Olympic Boulevard.
You show myself, 2 liters 10, 1275.
You get 092 identify only.
I guess all malls are going out of business. I've seen in other states. In other states where they repurpose the mall into housing. That shit is cool as fuck. Like you could live in like a Sears Candy.
Roger.
Can you call 63423? Well, I have right on that contact.
489 489 the line of Watchman.
Going out 29 seconds.
Going to 61 George Adam Robert, yeah.
The Glendale Galleria. Well, that one's. That one's still kind of active.
And I'll put the calls back on your screen.
2061 Roger.
Alright, let me find a part. I gotta send this in. So I'm gonna go where there's more more nightlife up here, and then while I send this in real quick.
Hey, something, Roger. And it is related to your email that's over.
I got my scanner on Valley right here, Van Nuys.
You can test my further.
You guys know something happening in the valley. Hopefully we get a pursuit out here.
Man, Hollywood and Van Nuys, Hollywood and Van Nuys. Listen on Hollywood. Code 353 3638. 292 the PI left the location. She was able to make contact with the subject through FD and he was okay.
Code 353 3638. 292 the PI left the location. She was able to make contact with the subject through FD and he was okay.
Hold on, 30. Can I get the last four of this one?
Hold on, 30. Incident 5042.
I feel like tomorrow and Saturday are gonna be, although it's gonna cool down. If it was hot like this Friday or Saturday, I feel like it would be a real busy night.
Units code 43220.
For some reason, it sounds
Which
just
unit,
bad.
Buffalo Charles Street, Jermaine, Laverne, Canyon Boulevard, and the 170 freeway, lastly walking northbound on
Units code 43220 West Lawrence of 30
3040 dark hair, black shirt. Suspect number 2, male white, 35 to 42, with a 10-month-old baby in a stroller. Minor comments code 2 incident 38 or D6
A 10-month-old baby in a stroller.
4783.
Here, let's watch these guys. Let's watch these guys work. What are they doing? Street lights?
Hey, unit, you need possible battery to let close to group down for
Unit 59,
battery domestic violence, 213 East 28th Street. Southwest only code 2, incident 37, 813, 31.
This is from the broken water main in the morning.
transient female laughing, reflecting, black tan, vision, car holding a flashlight, motor cock, code 2, 39 or D1783.
Suspect is on the bicycle. Additional incident 5199.
ADW suspect just left at 18 North Mariposa.
I put up a short with better footage.
40 or D99.
I'll show it to you after.
451 South Hold Up over. Suspect no black dreadlocks, black jacket with designed red bandana hanging from his pocket, black pants. Code 2 incident 41 or D2023.
Code 6 Brother Park, the soccer field, 750.
359 Roger. I'm Crenshaw, creating RG 1211, incident 5224.
That's a pretty cool looking shot, huh? So right now we're looking in a we're looking in a south direction. This is the 99 looking south. Right there where you guys see the bridge of the cars going to the left of the screen, they're going east. They're going eastbound on that on-ramp on the top bridge right there. Yeah, they're going east, and then the red lights, the tail lights that you guys see, those cars are going south, and the cars that are coming towards us are going north. I think I could put on the icon.
Robert Boy Tom 569, gray Chevy Cruze. Send us additional. Code 4 for now. One top turn around. 9 Robert Boy Tom 569, gray Chevy Cruze. Copy, Buckville. Telford. 163, go and send us additional. Code 4 for now. One top turn around.
South 10-4. Metro 5. 1015 Everclear Avenue for a 37-year-old female not breathing. Touch over.
Closest unit, step up. Update 1096, 1097 tag, 608.
Highway 440 is still the locations inside of 1947. 1567 is the same as police with suspects there now. Suspect incident is placed. Total locations going to be Venice and Hollywood. Still pursuit incident at 199-9688. 2140, Roger. 6831, 6831, come in. 8859.
You show me Roger that go to Boswell, went to Owen.
Oh, yes, go for 103. Roger. Victor 2, please show him close to 2 Victor 10 to Victor 1. Got it.
This one's close to 15601 right off on 1.
7090, 11 George 53, watch forward.
Remind me to show you guys the water. If you guys care about it's just a broken pipe I filmed yesterday, but
Roger.
That's all I filmed was at the very top.
You know what's 4 units and watch
The actual pipe that broke.
Notification for 10 ambulance battery 5175 San Fernando, approaching 105219 1102 identified. Subdivision for your additional unit request.
Still 90, Roger. They're still working.
General plates.
631, Roger.
George 21, are you there?
Finish request.
31, control all units, code 611.
3055 11 Ave, code 2, 60, RC3, 54.
Different call, is that call related to our call? So, east of Mayco on 8, X-ray Zebra Frank.
Around 7 8, attention. Code 6, crosscode just west of Canterbury, 8, X-ray Zebra Frank 865.
Around suspect, 18 Central.
Please, Caparico Central, 18 Central, suspect.
Please, 6
Central.
This is Shell 4-4, Paramount Quality CLA.
Civic 94, traffic cover, Civic 109, Cam, Mary, Robert, Josie, and 4, Mr. Nature.
Yeah.
Stop hazard, Cedar 9, Cam, Mary, Robert, Josie, 4.
Hey sir, how you going? Quick question for you. I just got a call from the PR over at 5502 South St. Andrews Place, Valencia. It was in regards to her daughter. Roger, yes sir.
2016, I'm saying right
Yeah, so I just...
Email them on the flight, Jonathan. 923 Pierre, State Speed, still needed at 10855 Double Avenue. DC, Roger. How are we responding? Roger. On Sadicway, East Louise, 2 to 3 vehicles involved. Go 3 and 0069, RD 1006, Valley traffic and identify.
Sadicway and Louise, how far is that?
Yeah, you can send me the first speaker. And 6 for Patrick.
12 minutes.
14 91 available.
69, RD 1006.
1006, Valley traffic and identify. 667, we have a better location for PRV.
6200 Silmar Avenue. Subject's a male wearing a black hat, blue shirt, green sweater, correction, green sweatpants. Code 2, exit 7049.
Responding, police suspect may own a weapon. Suspect is a female unknown, 25 clothing, breaching windows, suspect vehicles, platoon 775, RD 2021.
C1 FB60, watch 5 minutes.
We'll be done in about 5 minutes.
1 FB60, watch 5, just confirming your sword.
Drag this in here.
FB61, FB60, watch 5 minutes.
Fast connection.
CPR in front of Southwest Station, standing by in a white Chrysler Town and Country. Incident occurred at 4119 3rd Avenue and RD 394. Unknown is suspect is still at the location. Code 2 incident 78 RD 395.
I just stopped here. They're doing like electrical work.
1539 5215.
Right. My God.
Down for your overlap traffic, 347 Avenue.
That's done.
9 Charles 24, temporary plate, Green Line.
Oh, there's a lot of steps you gotta do here.
Olympic and Alameda.
And mistakes are highly frowned upon, so I have to make sure I get everything right.
Parking lot,
I gotta double check a lot of things.
Requesting an additional unit, people in slow motion.
Going on the pet stop on Paloma.
1X38, 1X11.
337. 38. It's requesting an additional unit, people in Paloma. X11. Unit 1X11.
Thirty-one FD 65 code Indiana station.
1195, have your right.
31 FD showing. 31 FD showing.
We're done.
Woo! Walton in Hollywood.
George 4. What type of plate is this?
750 Roger.
0 North Figueroa Street, 5017, subject is Star, 18 miles, 34 years. 100 comments for further, code 2 incident 87, are you
0 North Figueroa Street, apartment 5017. Subject is the daughter, 18 miles, Hispanic, 34 years. 100 comments further. Code 2 incident 87, RD 111.
Yeah.
Any area criminal demeter frequency for a flyover. 8559 Reseda Boulevard.
We'll fly over here in the valley.
8559 Reseda.
Indiana battery suspect there now. 22105 Roscoe Boulevard. The rabbit hole on front of the location says a male Hispanic, 25, 30 years. Black LA Lakers shirt, black pants. Code 2 incident
16 minutes ago.
2103.
I mean, 16 minutes away. But I don't know what it's for. Hey, you guys want to see some Roaring Rapids? This is from this morning for the water main break.
West Valley units, update your status. West Valley units, update your status.
That's it. Big pipe burst.
For the flyover?
It damaged a lot of properties though, because this was on Sunset, right by the Supreme store. That's where the pipe broke. That's where that sinkhole is. And that's at the top of the hill. So the water just ran downhill towards like Santa Monica Boulevard. And flooded a bunch of places. Restaurants. Parking garages, cars.
21 cars.
Let's see if I got the one where I put up a short here. I put a short on this channel and I put one on
my Instagram. There wasn't really much to see here. Broken pipe. I couldn't get to where the water was going downhill. I got all late. I didn't think it was that big, bro. I thought it was just like one broken pipe. It's because it was on a hill that really made this major.
Code 6 of Florida, there's a Leonard 9 George Sam Charles 705.
Look at the short. You can go to my last short on this channel, or you can go to Instagram. You can. There's like a couple cool shots where you can see the water like coming up from the ground.
26 additional units in southeast parking lot of Olympic and Alameda.
Where like it cracked.
2611 X11.
Verify if there's any random equal meters on 8559 Reseda, or if you get right Zero code 4 on 8 Frank Zebra Henry 322. Exit there, Roger, code 4. Van Nuys and Roscoe, information only. Black 16.
Van Nuys and Roscoe, information only.
132 Roger.
Now the cleanup and the lawsuits begin.
8 Frank Zebra Henry 322, information only, Van Nuys and Roscoe.
Yeah, it was a water main. Yeah, not sewer. A sewer doesn't have that kind of pressure. It's the supply line here, the water, the main one.
North Hollywood unit, domestic violence, 6500 Lancashire Boulevard. Suspect express amount Hispanic, 41 years old.
Only on the reckless driver, last seen southbound Wall County Boulevard, passing on Moore Road.
Although it did smell nasty, I don't know if that's just because all the stuff in the sewers was getting tossed around or
648.
something smelled bad.
45, can you confirm the apartment number?
Luckily, nobody, as far as I know, nobody died or no one got hurt.
310855
It was more of a traffic nightmare, and the cleanup's going to take a while. And the fucked up thing is, the whole city has pipes that are that old everywhere. That pipe, they said, had already been flagged for repair. And I don't know, they had already like inspected or something, started the process, and they said it was scheduled to start like in 2030 or something.
Would you like me to say the call?
But basically, they say that the whole city is just a ticking time bomb with pipes. The whole city's full of pipes like that. All our entire water supply is old ass pipes, sewage, everything. So it's not gonna be the last one. I told you they found a well
676
in like the Silver Lake, Los Feliz area, over by like Vermont and Sunset. There was a hole in the ground. It was like a little hole, like a little 12-inch by 12-inch hole, and you could see in there. And you look down, and you could see it went way down. And it turned out it was a well, like an old ass well, bro. Like, probably dating back to like before they built the neighborhood, like maybe the 1800s. But it was out at the street, like right next to the curb. So my theory is that they covered it with like a board. They covered it with like a wooden boards or something, and then they just put dirt over it a long ass time ago. And then when they built the housing and everything, it was just covered in dirt, and they didn't disclose there's a well there, you know, because it was covered. Right, nobody. And when the firefighters are there, they were like, "Oh yeah, this look, you can see like the top." They say like the cover like fell in, like you can see, like. So that's why I assumed it was made out of wood, that it eventually just rotted.
242. Can you throw us off there, please?
Good.
I doubt they filled it in. I was like, they should fill it in.
We don't have B-15.
They probably put a metal cover over it.
187.
They should, but who knows? They're probably like, hey, let's just put another wood cover on it. This shit'll take another 100 years to rot.
2889, John Nora 1, Boy Victor 7, Adam Paul 8, Frank Mary 3, 32173.
Yeah, the sinkhole opened up because of the pipes that burst right there. I think they said at a certain point it was like 100,000 gallons per minute, I think. If it didn't have that big ass hill for it to go down
Frank Mary 332173.
and flood those the parking structures.
No, or corresponding license of Frank Edward 621, 2015 Infinity 4-door. Release of liability to AR Automotive.
X41, you can go back to 77. KX41, roger.
Yeah, let me count for sure.
Yeah, 11, roger.
That sucks for those restaurants. Although I think eventually they're going to be made whole because they're going to sue. They're going to sue and get paid out. But then there's also like all these regulations, like they probably have to clean it up and hire a professional cleanup company.
The southwest side.
Oh, LA has all these regulations, bro. Like, you can't just like.
Sister number 2 to 4, male Hispanic, fallen to PR.
They gotta get like these fucking pros to go over there and inspect for mold and anything that got wet. Up to a certain point, they probably have to replace the wood.